Gussie Moose is already chanting, "We want Ed, we want Ed." That may have never been said ever before in the history of ever. But I'm glad you're here, Gussie Moose, and to everybody else who's in chat. I am Big Ed Mustafa, and we are getting ready to kick off Adventures After Dark. Hi, everybody. Big giant head is visible on the screen. I think we are ready to go. Wow, I'm getting a Gamer Gramp raid. Thank you for that. And welcome everybody. My apologies for the super loud, stupid water fountain. So, let me click bait some dailies and we'll get rolling. I know the idea of putting a ranger camp hidden behind a waterfall probably seems like a cool idea, but I can't imagine anybody back there saying anything to each other other than, "What? What?" Waterfalls are loud, yo. They should have known better. Now they're all deaf. But that's okay. I'm your host, Big Ed Mustafa. Welcome to Adventures After Dark. Tonight, we will be starting out with Galandriel, my 105th level champion. I have finally broken down after not playing her for weeks, and I have acquiesced and have started running North Aphelion dailies with her. They're a little repetitive, they're a little goofy, but at the same time, North Aphelion is a beautiful place to play, and I think I am finally over my severe daily quest burnout from getting to Celebrated in Minas Tirith, which was arduous and pointless all at the same time. So some of the things that the Rangers have me doing tonight include collecting different herbal seeds so they can be replanted, replanting some seeds, finding and killing a bunch of orcs in a cave and stealing their supplies. Turns out that's actually a little dangerous. I was running that the other night and didn't think too much about it and actually got overwhelmed. There's an orc captain in the cave with about 75 or 80,000 morale, and if you get him on you the same time you get several other orcs, it can make for a messy fight, so you have to be careful. And then last but not least, I have to find some sun-touched trolls and scrape moss from them. And I think the trolls are in fixed positions, and there's one of them right here near ranger camp. So we're going to wander over there and hope he's there and hope he's covered with moss. And I've got a bunch of people to say hi to in chat, so we're going to start with Gussie Moose and Gamer Gramp and Zinger and Pang and Hunzi and Maiden of Rohan and Deathman, and it's just terrific. You guys all came pouring out, and you were sitting around waiting for me to get the stream fired up. Thank you for that. Glad to have you with me tonight. And I know I've spent a lot of time complaining and moaning about having to go back and do more dailies, and kind of rightfully so. But it seems like this week I've spent a lot of time just doing daily repetitive quests. My 105th level Hunter and little Ed Mustafa are both working on Height Bolt in Eastern Rohan. So I've been running some Height Bolt dailies on both of them. One of the things that's kind of struck me as remarkable is how busy North Athelion is. Here, case in point, here's somebody else riding up on the same Sun-Touched Troll that I am to collect moss. But it's just amazing to me how many people are out here at level cap, just riding around in circles, all trying to complete the same dailies. If you'd heard that LOTRO was in decline, if you'd heard that LOTRO was on its last legs, if you'd heard that LOTRO was done, that they need to stick a fork in it, just watch, because you're going to see scores and scores and scores of players all here on Arkenstone, all here in North Athelion. As I'm riding around completing these dailies tonight, I will not be alone. There will be lots of folks out here running a lot of the same things I am. I've also been working on some Slayer deeds. Finished Easterlings last night. Also finished Beast Slayer. And what's interesting is since North Athelion went live and we've been running these quests, I think they've actually added some new deeds which have popped up. And if I check my deed log, I probably won't be able to find them quickly, but we'll take a look. March of the King, Far Anorian. What did they add recently? Oh, Foe Slayer of Osgiliath and Foe Slayer of Kar Andros. Foe Slayer of Kar Andros I'm pretty close to completing already. Looks like I need about 84 more kills. But those both popped up just recently. So if you thought you were all done with North Athelion, you might check again. Plus, you never know when you're going to get attacked by a vicious, angry deer. I didn't order How's it going, man?
Hey, Ed.
Gamer Gramp is in the house. We do have, what's that one thing called, Gamer Gramp? Discord. There you go. I did a bad thing last night. I've been trying to go to bed slowly but surely, just a little bit earlier every night all week. And last night it must have caught up to me because I was just sitting here, like I said, I ran dailies on 3 different characters. And yeah, when I decided to look at what time it was last night, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, jeez.
I still had some stuff to finish up, so I promptly went to bed about 3:30 this morning, and then the alarm went off at 6:30. Yeah. So I got a nice 3-hour nap, crawled into the office where I struggled. I was going to say I struggled for consciousness, but we've actually been getting our butts kicked at work all week, me in particular. So I had to go in and enter the fray, and was actually pretty busy all day. So when I got home, I'm like, I'm going to lay down and just take a quick nap. And I woke up.
4 hours later.
Yeah, I got home at 5, and I literally woke up 10 minutes before 9. So threw on my headset, fired up the PC, and here we are. Like I said, you're going to see people just blasting past me all night here. There's going to be more people. You're going to be like, wow, why is LOTRO so crowded? They need to open more servers. So, it is a very crowded parking lot out here in North Athelion right now. There's somebody else down in the river. I'm not used to seeing this many people. It kind of freaks me out. Yeah, I remember when I first started playing the game again consistently. It was probably early 2012. More people were all running these same dailies. And you can sit here at any given point and there'll just be a stream of people coming by. and we're all planting seeds, and we're all, scraping moss from sun-touched trolls. But the first high-level area I got to, it must have been right before Rohan, maybe. It was Galtrev in Dunland. It was just amazing to ride through that town, because when I finally got out there, it was still kind of the high-level capital, and you got out there, and it was just swarms of people everywhere. The crafting hall was swarmed, the auction house was swarmed, and North Athelion still has that, maybe not quite as intense, because I think we're a little more spread out, but North Athelian's pretty crowded right now. There are a lot of folks playing LOTRO looking to get the hell on to Mordor. Sorry, Ramp. Go ahead.
Looking to catch up. Yeah. Yeah, I was playing on Evernight right before you came on, and I was noticing the LFF and trade chats were just going nuts. I'm like, this is unusual.
Lots going on.
Yeah. I'm like, is it just because this is a European server and it's later over there on a Friday night? I don't know. But yeah, it was busy.
Well, the European servers, that happens because you'll get people in like 10 or 12 different languages, all encouraging Andrew Allstars in World Chat to take off his pants on camera. But, yeah, the traffic's been very healthy everywhere, so if you're worried about the imminent demise of LOTRO, I think you can definitely take a breath and be happy at the server populations.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't imagine Arkenstone is unique. This is the only server where I've got characters in North Athelion, but I can't imagine Crick Hollow and Brandywine aren't just as busy.
Brandybuck?
Yeah, exactly. So if I say anything like weird or I can't remember what Discord is called, I'm not conscious yet. So I've got a crisp, delicious Coke Zero ready to pop the seal, and we will get some caffeine in me and get me rolling. And the danger is tonight, now that I'm freshly woken up, it'll probably be like 3:30 in the morning again, and I'll be like, let's keep going. I've got some more quests in me, so hopefully I'll talk myself out of that so I can actually enjoy Saturday tomorrow.
I'll keep you awake.
You've kept me awake many a night, Zinger, just laying there worrying about what you were up to. It's a scary thing. Rosie, hello. And Dargon, welcome, welcome. Technical 13, if I haven't said hi already, I'm waving to you, my friend. So sleep deprivation is a good thing. It just means that you're not letting your games go to rust. And of course, the most important thing to do while you're out here is pick flowers. I had a couple of lucky pulls last night too. I don't think this is a big secret, but while I was out here running around, it was oxlip in particular. I mean, it's probably only every 100th one that you pick, but I was getting sapphire shards or sapphire extract. I saw it 2 or 3 times last night, so I think I've got enough flower essences to get 4 or 5 pieces of armor right now. Which is great because I've already got a full set of armor I need to throw away. I am wearing the player crafted 100th level stuff, which I'll pop up and display. It's kind of cool because it's 3-slot armor, good specs on it. And I just went ahead and filled most of it with major essences, level 100, tier 7. And it was really quick and easy for me to make because I've got an Anorian Master Armorer. And if I want to get a different essence and a piece, I don't really have to worry about it. I can take the armor, throw it away or sell it, and then make new armor and stick in the essences I want. The tier 7 essences, the majors, are available for next to nothing at skirmish camps. If you run skirmishes at all, you should have plenty of marks to outfit yourself. And I have to thank Zinger because I was struggling with what to do with essence armor. And he was the one who was like, you can buy those essences at the skirmish camp. And I was like, what? Turns out the Curiosities vendor has them for sale. So I have not made the switch to 105th level armor to use the tier 8 essences. But I'm carrying a full set. Let's see where we are. Everybody loves to see my pack space anyway, so let's show that off. Take a good look.
Inventory management.
Yes, because right now I actually have a few pack slots. Those will disappear quickly as the evening progresses. And
Prepare to get triggered.
yeah, this Helm of the Reclaimed City. What else am I carrying? Pauldrons of the Reclaimed City. I've got a bunch of jewelry too that's 2 slot. The jewelry is player crafted that I'm wearing.
That's a good one.
And this 105th level stuff isn't bad.
That's one of the
But
LEDs.
I'm actually wearing it cosmetically right now. Just for fun, I wanted to see what it looked like, and when I looked at it, I'm like, well, that doesn't suck. So, this is actually what it looks like when you're wearing it on. Yeah, the
So is
Reclaimed
the,
City stuff.
Is the EPA constantly on your tail for constantly throwing away armor sets?
No, it turns out that Anorian Skarn is very recyclable, so
Oh, sweet.
yeah. I would like to think that somewhere in Middle Earth they're making Coke Zero cans out of all of my old armor. Fortunately, I haven't had to swap out too many pieces, but considering what you have to go through to get an Essence Reclamation Scroll, the idea of just being able to throw it away and get new stuff kind of makes me happy.
You could probably make yourself a DX racer out of all the Coke Zero bottles you got there.
That would be nice, instead of Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
or the Throne of Swords, I could have the Throne of Coke Zero. You might be onto something there. That could be a good crafting project.
There you go. There's the new crafting tier. You're welcome, Standing Stones.
But you need to wait to start on that until after you finish the level 500 fishing tier stuff. Very important. We get new fishing skills, new trophies, fishing lures.
I did go into the kin house and tweak just a couple of the fishing trophies to kind of put them together a bit. Just because I wanted to play around with the new, moving the things around.
Hello, Krylus, and hello, Meg Reader. Welcome to the stream tonight. And Zinger, thank you for making sure that the 40 Thieves Kin House has only the best fishing trophies on display.
Yeah, in case Alp stops by.
He plays once in a while.
No, he's been doing well. He's been playing in Moria with Mort, I believe.
Oh, they had their captains out the other day, didn't they? They do that for
Yeah,
his stream on Wednesday?
they've kind of been swapping between doing the captains and then playing their birds in Moria. So they've been doing well. Yeah, we ran through the Greek barrows a couple times and stuff like that.
Cool. I actually created a captain over on Gladden. He's like 11th or 12th level, so one of these days. I was hoping to get on Wednesday night and at least pop on long enough to join their kin over there, all in the buff, the all captains kinship. But I'm sure there'll be plenty more opportunities for that.
By the end of the year, I'm sure we'll have a kinship for, there's 10 servers, so we can have kinship with all class on every single server.
Because that would be fun.
I know, right?
Yeah, I think
we might not. Yeah, we might not understand the German that they're speaking on one server, but it'll work.
Well, we had joked about some of the other ones, like if we had an all minstrel server or an all ruin keeper kinship on a server, you could just call it "We Win."
Yeah. Well, if we have the minstrels, it can be the nuclear launch codes. Boom. Orbital strikes. Someone had a good name. I forget what it was. And Pang wants the bears on Arkenstone, the
Exactly.
Bjorn kinship.
If anybody puts together an all bears kinship, the kin chief needs to be named Ditka. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry, Zinger, that was a sports ball reference. I should have explained that.
Sports ball?
The name is familiar.
Sports ball, what?
Gamer Gramp, could you spend 15 or 20 minutes to try to explain to Zinger who the Chicago Bears are?
No.
Okay.
The Bears.
Once
That's not
upon a
even
time,
close.
there was a man named
Stop
George
it.
Hallis. Yes. And for a while, I had been making Anorian player-crafted jewelry and selling it on the auction house, and it had been selling quite well. I hadn't been paying attention to just how many pieces of Anorian skarn I had gone through, and I used up my entire stockpile. I made a bunch of money, but like any true addict, I spent it all on stat tomes. And then I was out of cash and out of Anorian skarn, so I've been picking that up pretty regularly. Hopefully I have a good stockpile. Ed, you need to come and fish at my house on Arkenstone. That would be good, Gussie Moose. Dargon says, I've got some minnows that burglar dark and mount on the wall if you like. Absolutely. We need to keep campaigning for more wall slots so we can hang more fish trophies. And I think we're going to swim across here. I need to kill
How
some
about,
orcs and Easterlings. So we'll do that.
Aquariums.
Aquariums would be awesome.
You can only put fish in there that you've caught yourself.
That would be cool. Although I'd feel guilty since I have an aquarium out in my living room that I really ought to be cleaning and haven't gotten around to. That might be a good weekend project.
Well, now,
Zircon.
you can take the like there's pools of stuff, and you can take the fish trophies and put them right in there.
That would work too. Yeah, how about a yard pond that you can actually stock? There's a little shing shing for you. I know it's confusing for those of you just turning into the stream. Dashingly handsome, great head of hair, level cap champ doing the shing shing. No, I'm not Bloodborne, it's Big Ed Mustafa. And just in case you're not sure which one is which, I'm the fat one. So hopefully that'll help you from getting us confused. I was ribbing all up in you the other night when you guys were on Red Salt, as a matter of fact. He was talking about how he'd lost almost 20 pounds over the last several weeks, cutting out sugar and, you know, figuring out what vegetables were and stuff like that. And I told him I was mad at him because people get us confused all the time, and now it's going to be like, if he loses a bunch of weight, which one's Big Ed Mustafa? Oh, he's the fat one. Oh, okay. So...
He's just throwing down the gauntlet, you know, challenging you.
So I can either get a gym membership and start working out, or I can just order pizzas and have them sent to Olup's house. Which one do you think I would rather do? Yeah, could you put extra sausage on those? I really need to get him blued back up again. Thanks.
sadly, you'll always be the beardless one until November rolls around.
True enough.
And then we have to listen to Mrs. Mustafa say, "Ew, gross," all the time.
Gross. Your beard's disgusting.
As opposed to
It's
when
gross.
she doesn't say that to him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like
Well,
that stopped
she's-
since I've shaved the beard.
Yeah.
Hunzi does think you are the handsome one, by the way.
Thank you, Hunzi. I'm flattered.
I think Hunzi just wants a date to the prom.
That would be a long drive.
That shows devotion.
Because, I'm pretty sure Hunzi and Ed are on, at least in different hemispheres.
Well, Hunzi figures I'm talking about all the planes I own all the time. I could just fly down. I'll have to explain that to him, too, I guess. They're smaller planes.
You can have Amazon drone fly you over there, right?
There you go, yeah.
They're not allowed to do that here.
We have had the craziest weather over the last 3 days. So Monday night, Tuesday morning, we get, it wasn't a big snowstorm, maybe 4 or 5 inches. It was just enough to cause some traffic problems. And then yesterday, it was bitterly cold. I mean, it was, 12 degrees Fahrenheit with wind whipping out of the north. So it felt like it was, we probably had a 0 degree Fahrenheit wind chill, or like 15 below Celsius. And then today, yeah, the sun came out. I think it was supposed to actually hit 70 degrees. So all the snow from Tuesday has melted off and gone already.
It dried up all the rain.
Yes. So I don't know if we're supposed to get, volcanic ash or nuclear fallout tomorrow, or thunder snow, or what's going to happen.
Oh, if you see a giant eye in the sky, look for a couple hobbits.
Okay. The other indication would be if my wife tells me she wants to go hit one of the Korean restaurants because they have Fell Beast Bulgogi, then I will know something's afoot. And speak of the devil, Mrs. Mustafa has returned from shooting basketball pictures. We were all just talking about how much you miss the beard and you want me to grow it
She
back.
just shoots the basketball pictures. There it is, gross.
Gross, yeah. That was unprompted. That was the first thing she said.
You could eat on stream so you get more viewers.
Oh, I try not to do that quite as often on the official. Although I think I did it last week on camera, so...
Wow, did Mrs. Mustafa write the book on getting popular on
did.
Twitch?
Yeah. But she's just heard me espouse all of my secrets and knows what they are because she listens to everything I say.
I bet she's streaming on the side. Better keep an eye out. She'll take over your channel.
I've been trying to get her to stream. I know it would be very popular to watch her play Tetris.
What, no
For
pickle?
a Murder, She Wrote episode thing.
Oh, there you go. Murder, She Wrote. Yeah.
Yeah, the Murder, She Wrote MMO. She's in the beta, but I think she's not allowed to stream it yet because of the NDA.
Yeah.
They could totally make a telltale game out of Murder, She Wrote.
That would be good.
Boys lost. Again.
Nobody cares, honey.
What?
I always hated that high school anyway. She shoots pictures for a bunch of students at one of the rival high schools. And when I went to school, we just hated those guys. So she's like, oh, I'm going over to the school to take pictures. It's like, that's nice. I hope they all burn. And she's
Honey,
like, Exactly. That's exactly what she says. Honey, I'm sorry. Not the kids who are paying you, but the rest of them can burn.
That's a lot of them.
Although when I finally graduated and moved on to college, my high school and I only knew two things. I was very happy to be leaving, and they were very happy to see me go.
Now, did Mrs. Mustafa like the Lady Gaga halftime show?
Mrs. Mustafa went out of her way to try to make plans for me and all of my football watching buddies for the Super Bowl, and I had to blow them up at the last minute because she's like, okay, everybody, here's what we're doing. We're going to go to Sports Bar X and we're going to watch the game, and everybody needs to come out. And then my buddies were like, why the hell are we going to Sports Bar A? We normally always watch it at Sports Bar B. It doesn't Sports Bar B normally have the 100 board and they give away cool stuff? And so, like, 2 days before the Super Bowl, I sent out another email to all of our friends going, yeah, that was a stupid plan, and we're all going to Sports Bar B, so we'll see you there. And she was like, okay, whatever. So I don't know if it was coincidence or just her being passive-aggressive, but she decided she didn't feel well enough on Super Bowl Sunday to go out and watch the game. So,
I didn't.
did you watch Lady Gaga's halftime show?
No, didn't watch a dang thing.
She did not watch it. I even turned the game on for her before I left.
And I turned it off.
And she shut it off, she says. So we have eliminated 20 Easterlings and completed one of the dailies. I am already kindred with, is it the Rangers of North Athelion? Host of the West. Host of the West is the rep group. Because, of course, like a good boy, I turn in my daily task items daily. As everybody should. It's good for experience, item experience. It's good for reputation.
It's like brushing your teeth.
Like brushing your teeth. You should do that twice a day.
You should always also remember to go in the culverts under ministerial
like
every
ortho.
day.
Oh, Hunzinator says hi, honey. All the way from
Hunzinator.
Australia. He sent us a Christmas card, too. So Mrs. Mustafa is very fond of Hunzinator. And Maiden of Rohan, of course.
I won't say something silly like, "Good day, mate." Oi.
He appreciates that.
Oi.
He appreciates you not trying to mock the tongue of his native peoples. I try to make her more sensitive about those things, but considering how I slam on Koreans to her face all the time, I guess I can't really speak. That's all part of the fun, though. If you're in a multicultural marriage, you should at least be able to make fun of your partner.
Like her excellent cooking.
That's more of a her thing rather than all Koreans. And again, I love my wife, so when I say horrible things to her, it's mostly just out of the spirit of fun. But we went to a Vietnamese restaurant down in Lincoln over the weekend with Teresa and her husband. And we're down there, and my wife made a comment about how she couldn't really read the menu. And she meant that the font was too small or the script was a little weird looking. And so she goes, yeah, I can't really read this menu much. So I kind of lean over to Teresa, and we're in a restaurant full of Asian people enjoying an early dinner. And I lean over and I go, it's because her eyes are so slanty. And then we all chuckled. Is it a horrible thing to say? Yes. Is it somewhat racist? Yes, but...
At least you didn't say it like on any official stream or anything.
Exactly. Hey, I just have to keep it PG-13. Nobody said I couldn't make racially insensitive comments towards my wife.
Are we politically
I'm
incorrect?
racially insensitive all the time.
I know, honey, but we're not going to make that an extended topic of conversation.
This is the part where there's some like standing stone text that flies up on the screen and quickly reads like, "We are not responsible for any part of this broadcast." Blah 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 blah.
Exactly. I'm
Yes,
not even
the opinions of
responsible.
our streamers.
I'm pretty sure the beeps are added in post processing and everything.
I'm not even responsible for what I'm saying tonight. It's the sleep deprivation talking, not me. So if I offend anybody at all, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Wow. That's pretty awful.
I don't bear anybody any grudges or have any prejudices at all, unless you're John Elway.
Then you're going down.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's face it, that's why you stream on Twitch, because you like people. I like talking to you. I like meeting you. I like hearing what you're doing in LOTRO.
No. Speak for yourself. I can't stand people.
Well, what's the old joke about I'm a big proponent of humanity. It's people I can't stand.
Right.
Are you cold in here?
No, I'm hot actually.
Because you're by the furnace?
I don't know.
It sounds like something Groucho Marx would have said. The whole humanity and people thing.
That very well could be.
He was a very famous curmudgeon. He was awesome.
He coined the phrase that he didn't want to belong to a club that would have him as a member. I believe that's a Groucho quote.
I'm pretty sure you're right there, yeah.
I had a buddy who was in high school, and he got up and gave a speech at school about how we all need to be following the teachings of Lenin and Marx and how great Lenin and Marx were. And he gives this whole speech straight-faced, and then at the very end he pulls out a picture of John Lennon and Groucho Marx, and he says, "These are the people we should be following as examples. Thank you very much."
Well done.
And he went to school. This was during an era where you didn't suspect him. You would have reported him for giving the speech, so that was pretty funny.
So you're saying post-McCarthy, but not by much.
A few years afterwards, yeah. I'm guessing it was sometime before Ronald Reagan, but not by much. Yeah, Gussie Moose is mean. I can't believe you want the shoe to drop. Shoe's a nice guy. Don't be wishing ill on him. I don't care what Gussie Moose says, Shoe. We're glad you're here.
We are? I mean, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong punctuation.
We're even glad Deathman's here.
He's here?
Ah, he was. I'm sure he's still here.
He's hiding.
Okay, we have planted seeds in fertile soil. We have killed Easterlings. We are rolling right along here, gang.
Ruby, Ruby, Roo!
And I have pack space, so I think it's time to fish. Behold the epic Rohirric fishing rod of lordly might. And let's see what's in the river, shall we?
Water.
Watch how I do this, you guys. I'm going to try to trick everybody who's watching. I was thinking for a minute I was in the Ettenmoors and the creeps had poisoned the river. Like, where's all the fish? Flounder, nice catch. And in case you guys didn't know, oh, that's the Warkeeper band. I was going to be all cute and finish a quest and claim the experience came from catching a fish. But I blew that. That was a warband notification. That's sad when you ruin your own joke.
Prepare the warband maneuver.
So, in case Alapenia is watching, the flounder is a cooking ingredient game fish, and you can get cooking recipes from your local novice or cooking expert craftsman at just about any crafting hall. So, if you don't know how to cook a fish, just stop by, find a cooking expert, and buy a recipe from them. You'll be glad you did. We've got two
That
pike.
all went over his head the moment he said cook.
I know. Well, he likes to grill out. And I think those are trail food recipes that used to be cooked over campfires. Shore lunch is a big deal in Middle Earth.
As it should be in every Earth.
Exactly.
Left Earth, right Earth, top Earth, bottom Earth.
Okay, so I managed to pull in forecasts. I got a flounder and a carp. So if you need cooking ingredients, I declare this a good fishing hole. We'll move on. I'm going to try to kill this prowler with a Rohirric fishing rod.
You're not going to slap it with the fish?
That would be cruel and unusual. I don't want to get PETA after me. Or Gussie Moose.
For what? Abusing the cat or abusing the fish?
Both. Although a pike would make a pretty good weapon. There's somebody else rolling along through the fields. Hi.
Especially if it were a pike on a pike.
There you go. Very meta. It's a pike.
Zinger thinking outside the box again. Pike normally have lots of sharp teeth, so if you could get them to open your jaw while you were swinging them, you could do some damage. Unfortunately, they're also very, very slippery and hard to hang on to.
Oh, they kicked me out of the box years ago.
Rightfully so. Oh, the Cat Master, this is probably a good one to go do because I think he actually hangs out where I need to be looking for plant seeds. And he is defeatable. It says small fellowship, but when you're a champion, you're kind of your own small fellowship.
And a reminder to anyone who has not been in game, this weekend is a 25% welcome back weekend, whatever they call it. So basically everything is 25% increased. So get in game, play now.
And me being the master strategist, I'm making sure to only play level capped characters. So I don't have to worry about having to, trait new virtues or what to do with all of those new levels. I'm not a smart man. Hopefully Mrs. Gamer Gramp is feeling okay.
Yeah, she's watching Evil Twin.
I'm still watching Evil.
Aw. So there's 3 of us trying to get the same ore node. Where is the cat keeper? He's supposed to be right around here somewhere. I just don't know where. Other side of the river, maybe?
He might be standing right next to the Trapper Keeper.
That could be. I think I've got 2 of the 3 war bands, and happily enough, or somebody else just killed him, which is why he's not on landscape at the moment. Alright, we'll drop that and move on. I think somebody else took out my war band. So it's kind of nice that you can solo the war bands, at least 2 of them. I'll let you know about the 3rd one when I trip across it. Defeat orcs. Oh, I'm right by the cave. Perfect. Let's go do that. Now, getting in and out of here cleanly, it's actually kind of nice that the place is usually crowded. You have to wait for the orcs to respawn, but they respawn pretty quickly, and it keeps them thinned out enough that it's not a real danger. If you come in here by yourself, like I said, you have to be careful. You can get overrun.
A champion never gets overrun.
I do. I suck. I get overrun all the time.
Are you running red or yellow?
Red line.
Okay.
I've just got a few entry-level yellows traded. Looks like there's a captain just ahead of me. So we can take this nice and casually. There's no competition for the crates here. Everybody can pick them up at their convenience as they come across them. You just have to compete for orcs.
Fight casual, but don't look like you're fighting casual.
Exactly.
Man, I remember those days before open tapping. That was horrendous.
Yeah.
Mm.
And remote looting, for that matter.
And there's the orc captain. They stopped to fight the minstrel. That was weird.
Man, you haven't gone stealth or burgled a single enemy. You're a terrible
Terrible
burglar.
champion, I know. I keep forgetting to use safe fall when I'm on my champion too. So I'm going to fight the captain just for fun. He's got 100,000 morale. And he hits hard. Oh, there's part of my problem. I need to put... I had switched Swift Strike and fishing around, so I was trying to fish him in the middle of combat. Don't be like me, kids. Try to be good when you play LOTRO.
Yes, avoid the derp. You remember those Avoid the Noid commercials?
Yeah. Domino's
Back
Pizza,
when-
I believe.
Yeah, back when Domino's was a new thing.
I remember Domino's was around even when I was, well, not a kid, at least a teenager. So they've been around a long time, but I remember the Avoid the Noid campaign.
Yeah.
I do remember playing the game a bit.
You had a game?
Yep. I think it was on MS-DOS.
Oh, okay. Who are we fighting? Oh, him.
He's like an old version of those creepy Burger King games that they came out with.
Yeah, that's one of the trends that's kind of bugging me right now. It's like, welcome to Hardee's or Carl's Jr. for those of you on the West Coast. Download our app. Like, yeah, I don't really need an app from Carl's Jr., but thanks. Alright, we've killed enough orcs and looted enough crates. I think we're ready to sneak out of here. I'll just kill this dude. I did check if you missed the stream last week. It was almost the perfect stream. I was in Lothlorien on my guardian, Big Ed Mustafa, and sang to the saplings twice. Plus, we did eat on camera as well as fish and craft. So, that
Yeah,
replay.
what more could you have done?
Exactly. Like I said, it was pretty much the perfect stream. And that is available on LOTRO's YouTube channel. So you can go out and catch that replay if you missed it live last week. So far, we've only done fishing and inventory management. Inventory management's a given on any stream if I'm on. You will see me staring blankly at my packs for long stretches. What am I supposed to do with this crap? I don't know. We'll worst eat up. Any chance we can get Mrs. Gamer Gramp to turn that up? I can't quite hear what Evil Twin's saying.
What Evil saying?
Yeah. Can make out a few words here and there, but the sentences
Well, she's
aren't
actually listening to it on her phone, so I don't think she can turn it up.
Oh, okay.
Oh. No, she's at max volume, so yeah, sorry.
All right.
But I think I'm actually going to be heading off.
All right. I don't blame you. Watching me play LOTRO was like watching paint dry.
Or, you know, like fish jumping into your pack.
Yeah.
All right, well, have a good night. I'll catch you later, Ed.
Yeah, thanks for popping in, Gamer Gramp. Appreciate the raid to kick things off, and I'm sure I'll talk to you again soon.
All right, have a good night, everybody in chat, Streamland, and Twitch Nation. Bye.
I know the Ghostbusters tell us not to cross the streams, but it looks like I've got to cross this stream. Belle O'Dale. Oh man. Sometimes if you get right up to the edge of the waterfall, it'll let you walk right across, but not that time. You just never know till you try. Not sure what spooked my war steed there. It's seen an Orion Scarn before. Can I get across here? Nope, I'm swimming again. Okay, the seed collection area is going to look pretty interesting, I imagine. Get a swim here too. Thanks for that. I guess we can add swimming to my key stream features. So I'm going to be doing a lot of it tonight. Oh, I must be near one of the other trolls. Nope. Boy, it's weird it's flagging that if I'm that far away. Do you see a giant sun-touched troll anywhere nearby? There he is. I wanted to step back so no goats would be harmed during this highly exciting combat sequence. So if you're playing LOTRO and you don't have a character at level cap, this is some of the excitement that you're missing on. Scraping moss off of trolls, picking flowers. Which is why I'm frequently fond of suggesting that the mid-game is actually the funnest part of LOTRO. But it's nice to get out and do different stuff, and like I said, the scenery out here in North Affiliate is really pretty spectacular. More folks out scraping moss. Alright, let's get to those doggone plant seeds, shall we? If I can get those collected, then I just have to find one more troll. I can wander back to Osgiliath and see what I need to do to get the Slayer deed rolling. Okay, bird's dead. Starting to feel like ninth pawn there. Pile of oxlip seeds. Vetchling seeds. Oxlip. I had a feeling that bragging about pulling sapphire essences from Oxlip would virtually guarantee it wouldn't happen tonight, so. Uh-oh, am I dropping loot? Oh no, that's just a reduced awareness notification. That gives you an idea of how crowded it is out here. I just got a reduced awareness notification out here in the middle of the fields of Cornell. I can't read that. Wherever I'm at. Reading is hard. Did you go to sleep on me, Zinger, or are you just bored watching TV? Zinger fell asleep.
I know how he feels.
Exactly. Hopefully the people at Coca-Cola noticed how I was holding that bottle perfectly so that the whole front of the label was visible. They're not an official sponsor yet, but we'll get there someday. I think they'll be very pleasantly surprised when they see how cheap it would be to sponsor my stream. And like the crates in the Orc Cave, there's no competition for the seeds. They're on the landscape and then they're visible to you until you pick them. Which is why we're not all out here just mad at the world at each other. Honey, I got an interesting question in chat here. Somebody wants to know which one of these three was the happiest day of your life. The day that you met me, the day that I proposed to you, or the day that we got married. She seems a little dumbfounded by the question. Sometimes when she's having a bad day, to cheer herself up, she'll just call randomly to local funeral homes and ask about pre-planning a funeral for her husband. That always seems to put her in a brighter mood.
What you want?
And my apologies to Gussie Moose, but the deer started it. Somewhere there's more oxlip seeds, and by golly, I will find them. I normally prefer dual wield when I am on foot. It just feels faster to me. And if you've got two swords, you're getting buffs from two weapons instead of just one. But when I am mounted, I prefer a two-handed sword. I think occasionally you'll find seeds right over here on the other side of this bank. Yep, there we are, pile of oxlip seeds. And that could be pointing me towards oxlip seeds right now. Wouldn't that be amazing? Hidden right behind that tree trunk. Who knew? Outstanding. Now I just need to find the last troll. Hi, Mr. Goat. Another adventure riding past.
open up your chili?
No. Looks like Mrs. Mustafa brought me a double cheeseburger, a cup of chili, and a big soda. Probably not Coke Zero. I think they serve Pepsi product. So I'm really hoping this is either iced tea or Diet Dew. Diet Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Okay.
And where's the food from?
Don and Millie's. A local establishment with high quality fast food.
What kind of burger do you like from there?
I don't know if it's safe to say that on stream.
Oh,
It's the Double Don, D-O-N.
who knows you? Can I have some of those crackers?
Sure. Although they'd surprisingly go well with the chili that I'm not eating yet.
I know, honey. That's why I'm not going to eat them all, as far as you know.
Okay. You can have as many as you like.
Because I brought them?
Yeah, and you can go get me more if you eat all of them, so it's all good.
Where's Zinger?
I don't know. Chat went very eerily silent. Singer quit talking. And, Oh, Gussie Moose is back. She's drinking a stevia Dr. Pepper. There are a lot of Dr. Pepper fans. It's the last troll. Hooray.
Where did she wrote on?
Enjoy. Mrs. Mustafa is settling in to enjoy some Murder, She Wrote. Oh, actually, you know what? Good.
Oof.
I was just going to port directly to the Ranger camp, and then I realized I'm going to want to port to Osgiliath right afterwards. So I'll just ride to the Ranger camp, but then after I did that, I realized that I could have just ported to both. Those aren't milestone skills, so it wouldn't have hurt anything to use one and then try to use the other. And I'm swimming again. Mishibug, hello. Zevia diet sodas are getting rave reviews here, honey. You need to pick some up.
What kind?
Zevia?
What is that?
They're made with stevia. It's a different kind of artificial sweetener.
I'm not a big fan of stevia.
Okay.
I don't know what it tastes like.
Well, I don't want to be going down the cliff. I have missed a turn.
Got to the hideout.
You're back.
Yeah, I was having some internet issues,
Oh,
and then I went
okay.
and bothered all up for a bit.
Oh, is he streaming tonight?
Yeah, he's doing some Battlefield.
Okay, cool. Alright, I'm going to apologize in advance for the extremely noisy waterfall. Don't build your secret camp behind a waterfall, it's too noisy. Plus, these rangers must have to pee all the time, the sound of that rushing water.
At least we can talk about Gussie Moose right now.
That's true.
She's so nice.
Gussie Moose is the reason all these poor Great Company Rangers are hiding. They're more afraid of her than the orcs.
They hear that 50 Shades Darker is coming out soon. They're scared.
50 Shades of Grey Company, starring Gussie Moose. Not that I would ever interfere with your creative process in her, but that sounds like a movie poster to me.
I believe someone made something like that already. I think PC made something like that. Gussie told me to tell you about ambiance sound. I guess you can turn down ambiance and turn down the waterfall or something.
I know. But to the best of my knowledge, that's literally the only spot in Middle Earth where I would need to do that. So I
He
would...
says he knows, Gussie.
Yeah, there you go. It's the waterfall. So I would suggest it's a problem with that area. Alright, let's see what we got, shall we? Forager's basket. Oh, I don't have enough room. Who'd have thunk that would be a problem?
Literally everybody?
Exactly. And you know there's no way in hell I'm throwing those perfectly good fish away. Because that's not going to happen. Let's pop to Big Ed Mustafa's house, shall we?
It's too bad those 500 chests that you have down there don't stack or anything.
Exactly. Oh, these are Matham Hunter's armor.
Oh, I thought they were the essence boxes.
I have plenty of those stacked up too. I probably ought to just throw all the Matham Hunter's armor away, but that seems like a waste of perfectly good Matham Hunter's armor. I think they're bound to account.
Yeah, so you can just mail them to another character, a low-level character, just as a mule, maybe.
Because all of my other characters have tons of pack space. This is the only one I have this problem on. Anyway, welcome to my home, everybody. You'll know it's my home because of the abundance of fishing trophies. Sturgeon group, darter group, trout group. And those are, I have both Galandriel's and Nemone's fishing trophies all on display. The 50-pound salmon. The main reason I stopped here, I have all of the fish in the world tucked away so that someday I can come back and cook them all.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was noticing, like, when I was moving around some of the fish plaques, like just the ones that are single fish at least, was that like when they don't clip very well together, like they clip, you know, it's like it's a weird kind of clipping effect when the plaques overlap, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then what else do I have? This is my housing storage. I expanded this as much as I could with cash money. Here we've got Farinorian essence boxes, box of 2 essences stored here. And I think I'm mostly just carrying Matham Hunter's armor. And I've got some North Athelian essence boxes too, quite a few of them. It's funny, they look just like the Matham Hunters. So I've got 8 North Athelian essence boxes on me. And it looks like 2, 4, 6 Matham Hunter. I need to throw some stuff away. Plus I saved my Sea Reaver armor from Dol Amrith. I really like that armor set. It looks cool. So I saved it in case I want to use it cosmetically. And I've got the cosmetic version of my ceremonial dragon scale armor. Store boot, stuffed bear, large map of Western Gondor, portrait of Narmaleth, another Trout Group trophy. Anyway, that's my house. I don't know if I've got anything I particularly need to mail away. If you're not using your housing area on a regular basis, you might be missing the boat. They've added a couple of really handy features. I am a big fan of the task turn-in area, since I do like to turn in tasks every day for fun and profit. But also you've got Forge and Relic Masters in all the housing areas now too, so it's a great place to just pop to really quick and turn in task items and get your stuff reforged. And you got basic vendors. We're going to sell some junk. I'd like you to buy some junk. That would help me a great deal. See,
Have a look at my wares.
Saved that jeweler's scroll by 54 seconds. It was almost ready to disappear. Okay, got some stuff from my vault, got some stuff to mail to my woodworker, who's useless, by the way, in case I haven't complained about that enough.
Triggered. Although I did get my a warden to 100 today, and I jumped over to my woodworker, made him a first aid spear and a new whatchamacallit,
Nice.
the thing for the class slot. So they're not useless if you're a warden.
True enough, or a hunter.
Yeah.
But my hunter is the woodworker, and it's pretty useless because she's been using legendaries.
All 4 of my hunters are woodworkers. It runs in the family.
Here's me staring blankly at my screen, trying to manage my inventory. Alright, now we just need to hit the mailbox.
Yeah, for some reason, on the Berg on Brandy, I've actually been doing some deeds or virtues, which is weird since I rarely ever do virtues on other characters that I cap out. I don't know. I don't understand what I'm doing. And Burglar isn't exactly the greatest Slayer deeder of the bunch.
No, that takes a little bit of extra work. You've just been hanging out with too many of us OCD completionist types.
It's okay. When we get our minikin going, minis are great at deeding.
Yes, they are. Can you imagine taking 6 minis around the landscape? You'd just be able to lay waste to everything.
Oh, and I think we were also talking about, I mean, just playing around with a lore master kinship. Could be called like the menagerie or something like that.
Zootopia.
Oh, that's Graham had the idea of calling it Petco.
Petco? It might be a trademark infringement, I'm not sure.
We'll call it Petco. I don't know.
That would probably be an acceptable parody. I'm no lawyer. But if I was, I would have better things to do than investigate the legal ramifications of that kinship name. Oh man, that's what I was supposed to do last night that I didn't bother to. I haven't logged on my Minstrel in a while. Some of the stuff I mailed her was coming back. So we might do that if I get wrapped up with Galandriel. More inventory management with extra characters.
Hunzi, carbons are made by woodworkers.
Do you actually use the carvings at all?
Yeah, I mean it's the one that just goes into the class slot. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
no reason not to. It gives well, it can give like either a bit of damage, light damage, or a decent boost in either tactical or physical mitigation, as well as a nice jump in um, morale and power, and minus 10% power skills. I think in whatever line it is you made it for.
Okay. Yeah, my highest level warden I think is low 50s. I haven't played a lot with wood carving and whatnot. He was actually a woodworker, and I switched him over to tailor and metalsmith.
Yeah, the carbons aren't as great at lower levels, so it doesn't really matter. But once you get to like, I think like 70 or so, there's a nice boost
Hey,
in
we
what
got a
they did to it.
sapphire. Good deal, and an amber on that.
And Gussie wants to know specifically why you consider woodworking useless.
I find myself not using it very often on characters that have it. Nemini, my hunter, is an Enorian master woodworker, and I mean, she uses legendaries, and you don't carve your own bow after you get to Moria normally. And I'm not playing wardens to high level, so I haven't carved a whole lot of symbols. So just I don't find myself using the skill very much. Forestry is different. It's nice to have somebody with forestry to process your hides, but... And a couple of Athelian essence fragments. And a handful of Athelian gems. What was the other thing that I pulled? I think I've got a bolt of Athelian cloth.
And the farming is nice if you don't have a yeoman, but you do have a tinker.
Yes, yeah, the farming does come in handy. Because of course, Galandriel was my first character, and she's a tinkerer, and then Nemini was my second, and she always did the farming for Galandriel when I was working up the cooking.
Uh-huh.
So that was a good pairing.
Yeah, I think I did the same thing. Like, I didn't make a yeoman until later on.
There it is, bolt of Athelian cloth, and now I've got a handful of Athelian gems. Any idea what I'm supposed to do with those? I'm behind the curve since I've been avoiding doing any more dailies, and I just finally broke down and started them this week.
Don't look at me. I have not touched the dailies at all.
You're the
And
expert for endgame content, Zinger. You're supposed to help me
Oh,
out with the stuff.
yeah. What's Essence Armor again? I don't know.
Now you're just being coy.
No, I really haven't done any Essence Armor. I mean, I know what it is, but
I know.
I just don't. I don't do it. It's not my thing. We all have our things.
Well, I don't know how you're supposed to be regarded as an elite raider if you don't have essence armor, Zinger. You need to get on that. Okay, so I talked about this a little earlier. Hopefully everybody's seen this by now. But the task turn-in area is fantastic. The boards are separated by level, 0 through 10, all the way up to 101 to 110. And if you highlight an item, like if you're wondering, can I turn in Shattered Spears? You can just hover over it and it will tell you that it is a 105th level item. So if you go to the 90 to 100 board, they won't be listed. You got Shattered Hatchets, but no Shattered Spears over here because it's a higher level item. But if you go to the board that coincides with the item level, now there's a plugin for this too. You can get a plugin that'll tell you whether or not any of this crap is useful, but I don't use plugins, so...
Daily tasks.
Daily tasks. Just go to your board, and if you look around, you'll find Shattered Spears. You'll know that you can turn those in for rep with Riders of Rohan. I'm kind of maxed out with everybody, so I don't think it matters much what I turn in. And in fact, a lot of these I've been mailing off to Nemini so that she can get her rep. But she's pretty full, so I can go ahead and burn some of the stuff just to get my item levels up. We'll do some fur. We'll do some Shattered Spears.
Dobby, he's in the Bree housing area, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Elephant Swords.
So he's in the player housing area right at the moment.
I don't think I killed any of the worms in North Athelion. Got reflective scales, but I don't have prismatics at the moment. So you just tag a few and then come over and turn them in. You can see my legendary items bars over here just ratcheting up every time I do another turn in. The results are a little less spectacular since I got kindred with everybody. There's no rep coming through anymore. There's no experience because I'm at 105, but I'm still getting the item XP. And more importantly, I'm getting crap out of my bag, which is probably my favorite benefit. Then every once in a while, if you click on something and you don't have enough items, you can just go back and cancel it real quick. It's going to be on a 5-minute cooldown, but what's nice is the next time you go in, I can't accidentally click it again because it'll put it under pending quests, and I've got the timeout, so I can't reselect it for 5 minutes. So it's just sort of a nice shortcut to help you keep track of what you can and can't turn in. If I got any more moldy skin. This might be the worst job in Middle Earth, is if you're a task item collector, because you're going to have like adventurers from all over wanting to turn in stuff to you, like moldy skin, or creeping filth, or bubbling goo. It's like, that's just nasty. Why would you even want to give me your bubbling goo? Keep it to yourself. And it looks like I ran out of moldy skin to turn in, which is completely okay as well.
He puts the lotion on the skin.
Exactly. Well, I said hi to you on Brandywine, by the way. Last night when I popped on to run Height Bolt dailies. I don't think you saw the kin message.
I saw it later, and I said hi.
Yeah, okay.
But I think a day or two ago I said hi to you, and you never said hi back to me.
It's like high school.
I know.
Zinger and I are feuding because we forgot to say hi. Clipped ears, but
Better
not
watch
enough
out when you
work.
open your locker. That's all I gotta say.
Exactly. And task limit reached. I have turned in my 10 tasks for the day. There's also a whole list of deeds that happen. Every 100th task turn in, you get a new title, starting with Up and Comer at 100 task turn-ins, and then it gives you a token to upgrade your daily task limit from 5 to 6. And then when you get to 200, there's another title and another task upgrade token, and so on until you get your 500th one that gives you the title Hot Shot and a token to take you from 9 to 10 daily task turn-ins. And it sounds stupid, but when you're dealing with level 100 plus task turn-ins, that's good for like 250,000 experience points a day, plus the item experience, plus the rep, plus the steed experience. I mean, it really adds up to be a lot at higher levels, but you have to do it consistently to really see the benefit. So, like I said, every day, if you don't want to run around all over Middle Earth to do task turn-ins, just come to the housing area, do the task collection stuff. They couldn't have made it any simpler other than maybe combining it all into one giant board. They're just letting you dump the stuff into a chest instead of having to do it piece by piece. Okay, so they could technically make it easier, but that's pretty easy. So we're good there. And I was going to check chat and see if anybody else spoke up about that cloth or that bundle of gems. And hi, Dobby. I appreciate Zinger answering that question for me. Bears Beards has some bubbly goo. Exactly. And would you want to be sitting there by the task items and have people ride up and say, hello, I would like to share my bubbly goo with you? That would be creepy. I would want some pepper spray and a rape whistle if I had that job. I'm just saying.
Was it a handful of Athelian gems that you had?
Yeah. And then a bolt
Looks
of
like-
Athelian cloth.
Yeah. So like each craft has like in an orienteer, you have all those essences, like the wild essences or whatever they're called, that you can make. So each craft.
When did these get added? I've never seen these in my list before.
They got added in probably a 19 dot patch or a update 19. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's like the newest essences. So and then all those like each craft has a different item that they can use. So like the gems are used by the jeweler. I assume the clothing would be used by tailor.
Okay.
And those things are used. I assume they're used with maybe one of the Athelian essences, and then it kind of upgrades the essence.
Okay. I can see that. I haven't touched jewelry crafting because Galandriel's just been done with it for so long. This is the first time I've looked in here in weeks because I haven't been making the jewelry to sell. But it looks like they just gave us the recipes, and here they are. Will, vitality, tactical mitigation. Tactical mitigation is one that jewelers can do. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, jewelers' tools. No, it looks like I can do all of these.
Yeah, they made it so that it's like all the recipes are the same for everyone. It's just that particular,
The item that
like
you
the
need.
gems.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
need
it's the only
handfuls
thing
of
that's different.
gems, and I could trade that bolt of cloth to a tailor, for instance.
Yes, so it's just like with like the crafting relics that you can make for your legendary items. How like they let everybody be able to make everything. It just has that little particular ingredient that's different.
Okay.
And if I remember correctly, I don't know if it's still the case, but like, and then you get that item, and then it's like a barter item, and then you trade it in for it's somewhere in Athelion. Um, and then it's like a chance that you'll get either like a teal essence or a gold essence or something like that. So it's another layer of RNG that's built onto it that you might get a better essence or you might get like it'll still be a good essence either way.
Cool. Hunzinator says that there's only about a 5% chance to crit, so he doesn't really think it's worth it. 2
Yeah,
updates ago. We're
and
on 19.4 right now, or 19.3?
0.3 I believe.
Okay.
And those like the gem things that you have, those are all none of them are bound. So like if you have something for a craft that you don't have, you can try to trade it with someone else for the appropriate crafting material, or you can sell it on the EAH, whatever you want.
Okay, so I have portaled back to Osgiliath after the battle, because one of the new deeds that got added was...
Rebuild Asgiliath, right?
Uh,
No.
close. Foe Slayer of Osgiliath, to which apparently I have the advanced tier unlocked already, so I need to find some stuff to kill, I'm guessing. Which I'm always happy to do. I like killing things. And of course it's a determination rank, and I'm only at 21 and never equip it on my champion, so getting it up to 22 will be important. Again, it's an obsessive compulsive completionist things. I won't be able to sleep if I know that there's deeds that I haven't finished yet. I don't remember there being a lot left in Osgiliath to fight.
No, I think everything's in the culverts underneath.
Okay.
Like it's kind of flip flopped like it was before the battle.
Where we used to hide out, the creeps are hiding out now.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense. Herodrum supplies. This must start a quest. Oh, this is a quest I already have active. Okay. Who knew?
The problem is now every time I say culverts, I'm thinking I'm saying it wrong, but I should be saying culvers, and ugh. Why you do this, maiden? Why?
Culver's has frozen custard, and culverts do not. That's how you need to remember. If there's a tea, you don't need to worry about what the flavor of the day is.
That's an interesting message.
Exactly. Although this does look like a good fishing area.
It's probably better now that I assume the water doesn't kill you anymore.
Yeah, it probably still does. You'd expect Osgiliath to basically just be the Tijuana of Farinorian. Do not drink the water.
What happens in Osgiliath stays in Osgiliath.
That's more of a Las Vegas analogy. Now I'm
Thanks.
back here.
I thought long and hard for that one. You just tore it right down.
I'm sorry. Normally you're sharper than that. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Just like your burgling abilities, huh?
Exactly. And my burgling abilities are more pathetic than disappointing. Or kind of both, though. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I'm still sad because I've read that there used to be a burgle legacy for allies, but it was removed.
That is sad. That would have been fun.
I know, it could have been cool, but, you know, whatever.
Well, now this is interesting. I've got horsetail all the way over here. I was actually just riding up the hill. It's going to take me 45 minutes to figure out where the hell the entrance to the culvert is now. So I thought I'd ride up here and see if I can kill stuff on landscape to advance that deed. And it's kind of interesting.
Should be on the map, the entrance to the culvert.
Oh, I know. Defeat many foes in Osgiliath, but I can come up on landscape and these guys do count towards the deed. So we will ruin this work's whole day. Hello, Mr. Lurker. He was supposed to charge me, not shoot me with arrows. Now I have to run at him. That's why it's so important to stream LOTRO, you guys, so that Zinger can explain stuff to you that you don't know. I hate to think how much more clueless I would be if I hadn't started streaming.
Yeah, like how I can explain essences to him and not even wear any.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. He knew that I would have those recipes in my crafting chart that I didn't even know were there. So, who has the essence recipes that require zircon shards? Do you know that?
You lost me on that one.
Okay. Oh good, I was afraid I might run out of shattered spears. So I've got 3 of these zircon shards on me. I understand they're quite sought after because you can use them to make 105th level essences, apparently. I have no idea where to find those recipes. So we'll throw that out as a general question to chat. Feel free to edumacate Big Ed Mustafa if you have an answer to that question. I'd love to know. Well, it is interesting to me that they do have flowers all the way up here, but the boy, the mob concentration is way down after the battle. I suppose that makes sense, because after the battle we've driven them back.
There you go, Pang got you.
Pang's got me covered, thanks Pang. Featured instance vendor in Minas Tirith. Okay, that explains it. I have been bad and have not paid any attention to featured instances, so I haven't done any featured instance vending. I want to be elite, Pang, but it just seems like it's a lot of effort. Sort of like, yeah, I want to join the Navy SEALs, and then you get to Hell Week, and you're just like, what do you mean we don't get to watch TV and eat nachos?
Well, we can just blame the Raiders because they're just ruining the bell curve, right?
I blame myself. The Raiders are fine.
We're just keeping the humility of mankind in check.
Exactly. This is Faramir's Lookout Camp, now deserted. Except they forgot to take their horses with them. That's kind of fun. So, I can spend months wandering the landscape trying to find 200 things to kill out here. I will probably go back and look for the culvert now, though. And Osgiliath should be straight down. There it sits.
Yeah, for the culverts, like I think it's like roughly in the middle of the city, but just about like in the middle, like head to the middle and then kind of go up a little bit. Or it
It'd
might
be-
even show it on the map. I don't remember.
Really nice if the Rangers would offer a shuttle service to the culvert entrance so I don't have to go looking for it.
You're still having nightmares of the ministerial culverts, aren't you?
You know, I got to the point where I was so comfortable running around in those that it kind of cleared it up, but they frustrated me for a long time.
Like a Pang says on the map where it says culvert entry.
Perfect, Pang. Thank you for that. We'll call it a pro player tip.
They did their best to make it ed proof.
There's no such thing as ed proof.
Right above the sea, apparently.
Okay then. Culvert entrance. So I need to get here, and I am here. So I'm going to ride west to northwest. Well, and of course, I had guessed wrong and was wandering off to the south instead of the north. I would have never found it if Pang hadn't given me that pro player tip.
This is like Eve all over again, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Pang has a big liar face. It's below the sea.
I probably won't fight it anyway. It's all good.
How dare you lead him astray, Pang? How dare shame?
Yeah, don't pick on Special Ed. Special Ed has enough problems as it is. Oh, it should be right over here then. Once I found the Great Bridge, I knew right where I was going. And have to shoot that poor goat. Okay, we are officially, ta-da, eating on camera. That double Don burger that the wife brought me is a two-handed burger. And unfortunately, it would have been much better hot rather than cold, but I would have to stop streaming to eat it, so we will let the good times roll, and I will enjoy an ice-cold burger later.
I did have myself a slice of room temperature sausage pizza a little while ago.
Yeah, cold pizza's good.
Yeah, I like it.
See, this is another one of those. I remember coming down here earlier and killing a bunch of dudes, And they added that second tier of the Slayer deed after I finished this. Having to go back and revisit stuff because Scanning Stone has decided we haven't grinded enough. Just, it's like, okay, thanks for the extra content. Not exactly what I was hoping for. I'm going to try to be positive about it.
Yeah, you get more loot to fill with your bags.
Yeah.
Task items, there you go.
And if I recall, I don't know there's any particular points of interest down here either. It was just running around fighting stuff. So why I'd want to do that for 200 more kills. Like I said, let's stay positive. Hey, good news, I've got a new deed I can complete. Although if I recall, one of the things that I found interesting with North Athelion was that a lot of the deeds didn't have virtue bonuses associated with them. So at least by going back and adding these extra tiers, they've added the virtue bonuses. So, okay, we'll give them props for that. I'm spinning hard to find an upside, but I suppose that is one.
A couple of LOTRO points.
Yeah, LOTRO points are always nice. It was like getting Kindred with Minas Tirith, and then they came out with the 3 extra tiers. This shouldn't suck quite that bad.
Well, that one was just all on you, I'm pretty sure.
Minas Tirith?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know there was no point in completing it.
Well, you should have.
I know. Plus, I'm used to futility. I try all the time to make Mrs. Mustafa happy.
But the shiny full reputation bars.
I know.
And I know you're just dying to work on the Chicken Chasing League of Eriador reputation.
Absolutely.
Playing Peterball. So now that you're famous by being on an episode of Red Salt, Or, is everybody at work spooning over you?
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of autograph seekers yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
They're just playing it cool. They don't want to,
Yeah,
you know,
sort of like
do it
how
in front of celebrity.
Prince used to be able to walk around Minneapolis because everybody knew that he was from there and he didn't want to get hassled.
The artist wanted there in a special way.
Yeah. Here he comes now.
So how's Galandriel doing on her class trait points?
You know, surprisingly not as good as I would have expected. One of the things I need to sit down, I know some of it's from epic battles. I've got to go get those two. But she only has 75.
That's not too bad. I mean,
Well, that's not
it's
horrible.
82.
But my problem is I know where 2 of the missing ones are. I don't know where the other 5 or 6 are. So it's like,
You have 76.
oh, that's true. One's unspent. So I got 76. Max is 84.
That was 82. Maybe it is 84.
It might be 82. I don't know.
I know Blood's been doing it a lot, so I thought he said 82 at one point.
So if I'm only missing 4 of them, but I don't really know where the 4 are.
Yeah, that's the one where you just have to open up the wiki and just go through the list slowly.
When I read something and I go, what's that? Then I'll know that's one of the ones I missed. Sewer water looks delicious.
And sometimes there are like the really stupid ones, like you forgot to buy the Broken Warrior or something like that. I know one of them kind of need to have a group for the Ashes and Stars.
Yeah, I'll just have to go through and grind it out.
Because like even at level 50, doing the final instance gets us the Dome of Stars can still kill you due to a mechanic easily.
Yeah. Well, I haven't done Dome of Stars, so that might be one.
Yeah, like the Ashes and Stars is the one where you do all the Osgiliath instances. But you can do them at level 50, so it's not too bad.
Okay. And I was just curious. Yeah, I've got 90 trait points on Epic, so I can get one fairly quickly. Hi, Mr. Troll. Thank you for that link, Pang.
I would assume by the time Mordor comes out, or with Mordor, I would assume there would be probably a level cap and some more trait points here and there.
It seems likely. You know, it's not very pretty down here, but kudos on the atmospherics. You got corpses laying in sewer water, and it's just... Osgiliath is a terrible, beautiful place. I mean, it really looks like some horrible stuff went down around here. Got him just before he got out of sight. I don't mind butchering legions of Sauron's orcs, I just don't want to have to chase after them. Dripping water and the lighting effects, and this looks like a proper dungeon. Hunsy's gonna go have a nap. Highly recommended, Hunsy. I sure feel a lot better after mine. Talk to you soon, buddy.
Take care, Hansi.
I would tell Mrs. Mustafa that you were heading out, but she's taking a nap. Murder, She Wrote had its intended effect. It's like Mrs. Mustafa's version of Ambien. Could just be knowing that Jessica Fletcher's out there putting all the bad people away and she can relax and rest comfortably. I don't know what that dynamic's all about. So, 159 to go.
Looks like a System Shock 2 is $1.50 over on GOG right now.
Didn't quite catch that, Zinger. What'd you say?
Oh, you know the game System Shock?
Yeah.
System Shock 2 is $1.50 over on GOG right now.
Very cool. Can you actually play it? Have they adapted it for Windows?
Yeah. What wasn't it? Yeah.
System Shock 2 is one of the all-time great horror survival games, and the problem with it was that it was originally made for DirectX 5, I think, and as newer versions of DirectX came out, it was no longer compatible. You couldn't play it on newer versions of Windows, so hence my
Yeah,
question.
I mean, it says it works on, Windows 10, 8, 7, Vista, ActiveScript.
Okay, that's highly cool.
Mac if you have it. And I think everything on GOG is DRM free. Except the first one is $3 so. How is the murdering progressing?
How is the murdering progressing?
How you doing on the deed?
Pretty good. 146 left. 144 after these two yahoos. Assuming I survive this current fight.
You're a champ. You'll pull through.
I hope so. I was pretty concerned about that. And there were two of them after all. Was I just here? Am I wandering around in circles now? I always enjoy stunning trolls and half trolls because they always seem to enjoy stunning us.
Well, speaking of, if you didn't pick it up yet, the free sample this week is a skill and Slayer deed boost.
Well, that would be handy. Oh man, I'm back here again? I really am walking in circles. Plus I'm kind of bored with this, so I think what we'll do is I am going to pop back to the ranger camp. Sorry in advance for the waterfall noises, everybody. Oh good, I have a bunch more loot to sort through. I was worried that wouldn't happen. Hi, Ninth Pawn. How's it going? Welcome back, Maiden.
The Trouble Twins have arrived.
That's a whole world of pain right there. There's Lenorian. I am doing great. We are on the 3rd hour of Adventures After Dark. And I have been running dailies in North Athelion with Galandriel, my champion. And we're just switching over to Lenorian, my minstrel, because she's starting to spit mail back at my other characters. So obviously I haven't had her logged on for about a month.
Don't worry,
good,
guys. He's not going to take advantage of the XP bonus. He's just clearing mail.
Exactly. Well, God forbid I should get all of my characters up to 105th and have to take them all through the cisterns of Minas Tirith. That would depress me to no end.
Oh boy.
So with Maiden and Ninth Pawn showing up, does that mean All Up is finally logged off of Battlefield 1 for the night?
Yep, he wrapped up.
Perfect. I hope that went well. Unlike woodworking, scholars are highly useful. And if you're not doing any scholar crafting, I would encourage you to start. Scholars can make all kinds of great things that come in handy in all kinds of situations.
I'm a pretty lazy crafter. I haven't really crafted much for having like a couple crafting circles set up. But they might start losing their crafting ranks pretty soon.
Think you'll start going backwards?
I'll log back and then boom, back to premise. Ninth wants to know how you are surviving past AC.
Well, we talked about that last week. You know, it's sad to see it go. I hadn't actually played regularly for a long time and was not happy with having to see the game disappear, nor was I happy how they chose to go about it. But maybe if I'd actually stayed a subscriber, and a lot more of us had, they wouldn't have canceled the game. So I can complain all I want. There's an economic term, I think they call it dollar voting, where if I wanted Asheron's Call to survive, I could have dollar voted for that by spending money on the game. Kind of like how you should dollar vote for LOTRO by going VIP or spending cash in the LOTRO store. If you never spend any money on LOTRO and they decide to cancel the game, well, you didn't dollar vote to keep it going. So there you go.
But don't worry, his character in there is still busy buffing up. You know, he's been doing it since the game shut down.
Well, you know, I got to thinking about it, though. There were some nice subtleties to that game. Like, you know how if you fight somebody with a shield here in LOTRO, it's just going to take you longer to fight them? One of the cool things about Asheron's Call was you could actually target an opponent's shield and weapon and cast debuff spells on the items, and it would take away their weapon and shield bonuses and allow you to carve them up much more easily. And that was kind of a cool tech that, there's a lot of things about LOTRO that are way better, and there's some things that are kind of simplified and or dumbed down. And the intricacies of Asheron's Call had their appeal, even though sometimes you'd spend way the hell too much time standing around buffing. And then as soon as you were done, you'd go fight for 40 minutes and then spend another 15 minutes buffing. And the endless buffing cycles. There's definitely a lot of things about AC that weren't good either, but there's a lot to like.
Welcome, friend.
Hey, Druids, how you doing tonight?
Druids Fire, welcome. Howdy.
Howdy ho.
One of the new guys at my office is named Kyle, and I can't believe I haven't done my Mr. Hanky for him yet. Gosh, Kyle, you sure do smell all nice and flowery. He might think I was hitting on him, though, so it's probably best I haven't done that. I don't want to have to explain Mr. Hanky to somebody in HR from India. They might not get it. Okay. I am in desperate need of vault storage somewhere. I think I've really even got anything to sell.
Yeah, I saw the picture of the ice cream. Interesting.
Twinkies limited edition ice cream. That sounds good. So I don't think there's vault storage in this town.
No, there's not.
Oh, there's Rally up there. Okay. What to do?
Yeah, you either have to ride to, like, I guess Snowborn would be the nearest place if you rode on foot.
What do I have for task items? Lots of shattered clubs. Lots of tarnished sword sheaths. Thanks for blocking the task board with your big giant horse. That's super handy. We got stained skin and silky furs as well. Like I said, one reason I like to do task turn-ins, if for no other reason, it helps me clear out my bags. I'm getting almost 10k per task. That obviously doesn't hurt either. Silky furs aren't useless. Airy essences are definitely not useful.
I'm not sure the last time I had a Twinkie. So we have tasty cakes around here, so I don't need Twinkies.
I don't mind a good Twinkie, but my favorites were the raspberry zingers that were, there you go, covered with a shaved coconut.
Ow.
Dolly Madison versus Hostess, although now Hostess owns both. Although I did have an amazing experience last year. One of the airplane club guys, I am the Nebraska representative for the Academy of Model Aeronautics, the AMA, and the guy from Kansas, we had a district-wide meeting down there. I drove down with some other local club members for the district meeting, and the gentleman who was hosting it works at a commercial bakery, and they're licensed to do Hostess products. So when we got there, they had this huge table just loaded up with every kind of Twinkie and ho-ho and snack cake and yum-yum bar and whatever you could possibly think of for us to chow on while we were there. That was good stuff. They had blueberry cake donuts covered with powdered sugar with the Hostess brand on them, and I'd never seen them up here. I tried those. Those were pretty addictive. I just had one package because otherwise I probably could have eaten a case of them. And then I would have had an upset tummy afterwards.
Yeah, Droids, he does RC stuff.
Yeah, mostly airplanes. I do fly some helicopters, and I've got some drones. Drones and copters I like. Airplanes I love. If that makes any sense.
He might be in your neighborhood right now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you with your drone.
Yeah, exactly. That whole halftime show, I was controlling those for Lady Gaga.
You pushed Lady Gaga off the roof. Gotcha.
I did, yes. And shattered clubs. So that was good for almost 100,000 experience points, and I cleared 2 pack spaces. So just another reason to do your daily task turn-ins, boys and girls. Plus, when you identify stuff that you can't use, now I know I can sell those airy essences. And silky furs.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that Sapiens did RC Club stuff. No, he was president.
Oh, that's very cool on both counts. I did not know that about Sapiens. And that's going to gum up the works. I might have to wait to pick that up till I get someplace with storage. It's a lot of fun. I always try to compare radio control flying to a video game with really high resolution. I mean, it's, you know, you're out in the field with the controller, and it's a good way to get some fresh air and sunshine, which is actually why I started doing it about 12 years ago. I was spending a lot of really nice summer evenings at home in front of the computer. I like golfing and fishing, but, you know, if it's a weeknight after work, if you want to try to golf, you have to belong to a league. Otherwise, you'll never get a tee time. And, you know, by the time you got the fishing gear loaded up and got anywhere on a weeknight, it'd be time to turn around and come home once you got there. Fishing inside the city, there's places to go, but nowhere good. So I fish a lot of farm ponds and like Department of Natural Resources lakes that are about an hour south of town. So radio control seemed like a good excuse for fresh air and sunshine.
Indeed. And I hear flying RC airplanes has its ups and downs.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'll go in the timeout corner for that one.
Okay, so the mailbox is mostly cleaned up, and I hadn't had to portal out of town for that. Man, I got a lot of junk. A lot of junk. Yeah, that stuff from Arabella, it's not stuff I'm carrying. I'm just flat going to have to be near a vault keeper before I grab the rest of that stuff out of the mailbox. Alright, well, as long as I'm out here, let's see if we can run some local quests. Spying on the Vale. Patrol the first point.
Night, madam.
Maiden, have a good one. Thanks for popping by and saying hello again. Glad you're back from vacation, and hope you guys had fun in Florida. I missed your stream Tuesday. Hopefully you'll get a chance to chat all about it.
And she has joined the Revlo Nation.
With RevloBot.
Yep, she's got cheese curds.
Oh, okay.
At least they put maiden bucks to shame. That's the only good thing.
I defeated a mounted enemy in the Vale. I am awesome. Remember, coughing is just nature's way of letting you know you're not drinking enough Coke Zero. Estimate bore.
I think we should create an exclusive kinship of only 12 wardens and call the kinship the 11 wardens too many.
And there's a warband out here, and he's small fellowship, so I'm probably going to skip him.
Well, I guess we're almost up to being able to go to that Thornhope site, town that was burned down.
Yep.
That's a nice experience. That would be good with the paired with the bonus weekend.
Yeah, because that's the whole key. I want to level as fast as I can so I can get as many alts picking flowers as possible. That just makes me sad thinking about it. And there's the warband I didn't want to fight. Rode right into him. Pretty excited about that.
It'll be fine.
Fortunately, they tend to break off pursuit rather easily. And I rode practically right over the top of this orc captain on my way to go fight another mounted opponent.
How you doing tonight, Deathman?
Deathman is all for a bearkin that wears yellow just to troll Terry Edwin.
You can name the kinship for balls, but 2 words.
If we named it Fur Balls with a Z, would that make us seem more gangsta?
Just might.
I won't do anything in LOTRO that hurts my street cred. I have completed a quest. Somewhere there's supposed to be a patrol point.
I mean, just look at the movie World War Z. You know, Brad Pitt's pretty gangster.
That's true. He might be the most gangsta of all.
I
He's
think
all
the,
like, what, Angelina Jolie? I'm gonna hit that and quit that, yo.
Oh no. I think the second one's coming up this year, right?
I don't know. I didn't even know there was gonna be a second one.
I shall ask Dr. Google.
Well, we have a zombie aficionado at work who takes this stuff very seriously, and I was told by him that World War Z was a terrific book and kind of a mess as far as movies go. I didn't mind the movie. I didn't think the movie was anything particularly special, but it was fine.
Yeah, it looks like there's a second one in the works.
Okay, cool. Should be a rather short movie since they figured out how to safely kill all the zombies in the first one.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, hey, I don't. Yeah.
There was another zombie outbreak, but we took care of it the end. So it'll be interesting to hear how they decide to dress that up.
They'll go to Canada. There's a zombie outbreak in Canada. But really nice zombies, though.
Yeah, and they won't be able to get the treatments that they need to be able to fight the zombies because the lines will be too long due to socialized health care.
There you go. That's the real kicker.
The Koch brothers are financing the production, so should be some nice conservative propaganda in there. Oh, in the mead hall. All right.
What business have you with the row you're in?
I have collected 3 silver tokens of the mark.
See, you're like level 1 of 5 already, right?
Yeah. Now, this particular mead hall, it's almost like having one of the festival mazes. Navigate this festival maze to get to the vein so that you can turn in your quest. Is that an
I
actual
definitely felt that
study?
way when I was in snowboard for the first time.
Yeah, snowboard was tricky navigation as well.
Especially when you're adamant on staying on your worst dude in the town.
Yeah, back before we all realized it was just easier to get the hell down off of your horse. No doubts about that.
I'm stubborn. I just stick with the worst dude and just like, I can get past this wall. Nope. Rubber band. Whoop. Nope. Eventually the rubber band has to snap, right?
You'd think.
Welcome, able wanderer.
Caltrops, serrated knife, marbles, serrated knife, caltrops. See, and just like that, I have a free pack space.
So yeah, now you're good to stay up for another 7-8 hours, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Already know, already known, already known, already known.
The life-giving Coke Zero has saved another restful night.
Actually, one of the bad habits I got into, I figured out I could actually play EVE online on one monitor. I was also playing LOTRO on the other. So I can just take my mining frigate out and park it in a belt in safe space and just mine ore. And it takes about 16 minutes of constant mining and cycle my lasers to fill the ore hold. So about 4 times an hour I just have to fly back to a station and empty the ore hold. So I can do that while I'm questing in LOTRO.
And that's basically the kind of game you could just queue up skills and stuff like that and just let them run.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I've actually been playing 2 games at once for a lot of the week.
Just like Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I'm multi-talented.
Except he's hotter, but you know, that's just a given. Unless we're going with George Clooney and those chesticles.
I like to think of myself as the George Clooney of LOTRO streamers. Salt and pepper beard, roguish twinkling smile.
I mean, we do know that Batman and Robin was the greatest of the Batman movies. That stellar performance by the Schwarzenegger.
Well, I guess the good news is at least Robin and Batgirl never worked again after that movie. Wow, I actually got a usable recipe out of those. That is crazy. I haven't pulled a usable recipe in so long. I'm surprised I didn't miss that. Battle tonic. Battle tonic.
I'm sure we've all done a fair bit of multitasking droids. That's what we good at.
I need to get a third monitor so I can watch movies on Netflix while I'm playing 2 MMOs at the same time. You know, that's what was so funny about Asheron's Call, that I didn't remember the way it was, but when I was out on the Obsidian Plain and I was just out fighting random mobs, the combat was so fast and they were coming at you so fast and respawning so quickly. I mean, it was exhausting to have to play at that level of attention and that speed and not be able to take a drink or grab a bite of something or look over at a TV screen. It was like I was so locked into it. It was funny. That's just a different experience than I've had for a long time. And I mean, frankly, on an MMO, I don't know that, you know, you can't really sit down and be constantly locked in, laser focused for 6 or 8 straight hours. I enjoy the relaxing pace of LOTRO. There's such a difference in the pacing of the 2 games.
Well, you know, at least you got to take that half an hour break while you rebuffed.
True, yeah.
Kapow! I got it.
Alright, more scrolls. I really wish I could get myself to stop picking up scrolls. It's
Nice
just
4 screens.
throwing hatchet. Parables. Alright. And again, inventory management successful. I have pack space. Cannablick, welcome. Cannablick just finds himself wandering. Wandering is good. 4
Not all those who
screens.
wander are lost.
Sometimes that's the most fun, when you hop on and you don't really have any particular goals. It's like, I just want to cruise around, see what's going on.
Welcome, my friend.
I'm sorry, not all those who wander are lost, unless you're big in Osgiliath.
Yes, then I am lost. See, now I've got more scrolls to sell. It was all part of my plan. Herod Lewin blue dye recipe.
It is wise for wanderers to equip themselves well.
Are you playing a Hobbitburg kind of look? How are you enjoying it?
We travel swiftly, and we will aid you as best we may.
Ugh, kindred with the Sutcrofts. That's a long ways off. And Wash Vale.
Yeah, if you're if you're level 27, I don't know if you're in the lowlands. There are some parts that are a little tougher for solo players. So unless you're able to find a group, you might just have to watch out what
Taken by
areas you are
some
in.
madness, Golodir has ventured into the rift. The air is thick with menace.
Like if you're
and the
anywhere
stench
around
of
Garth of Garwin, you might have some trouble. If you're in the swamp in Harloag, whatever it is, with the trolls, you might have a little bit of trouble. Just remember to sneak around, choose your battles wisely. I don't remember all the debuffs you have, but have fun. Just have fun. I can't remember the first time when I went through Lowlands, if it was... you still had to pay for the zone. I don't know if it was right before they dropped the price down to like 50 turbine points, or if it was the full price.
For Lone Lands?
Yeah. Because it used to have a price to at the time, the turbine points at the time. It was like a full price quest pack or whatever. And then right before they dropped or they made it free, they dropped it down to like 50 turbine points. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. If you're silent and deadly, that's the whole package right there.
You said silent and deadly. Yeah, trying to get the Troll Slayer deed on a burglar at level 27 would not be fun.
Yeah, you can't even burgle those guys. What's the point? You can skirmish if you want. You can do whatever you want, really. If there's nowhere else in the Lowlands that you're able to do by yourself, and you can't find some others to play with to help you out, then skirmishing is always an option.
There we go.
Or if you have access to epic battles, you can do them at level 27. Teehee.
Yeah, epic battles to grind levels. That sounds super fun.
Yeah, and I've heard like people, or I don't know if they're doing epic battles, but like not leaving the intro, because eventually you can do instances from the instance finder without leaving the intro. So there's somebody who's gotten to like 105 and hasn't left your direction.
Oh, that's fun.
Yep. It's a heck of a grind, but it's an accomplishment. And you probably won't have a wide range of skirmishes you can do at that level, but you know you can rotate between the. I don't know if there's just the two of them. But it's something different. You know, it's scalable in many aspects, so it's a good time. And what it's doing right here is actually a skirmish. Just you won't get it until Mirkwood.
Oh man, I'm getting melted.
Don't stand in the poop.
Too late. I blame my protector for sucking.
When you reared it or something?
Yeah, well, I think I was in the middle of healing, and you can't move once it starts the animation.
Okay. Yeah, Candace, it sounds like, you know, if you say you can do major damage to one enemy, it sounds like you're probably in red line. You could also try jump into one, because, you know, anybody gets two trait trees for free set up, so you can always try one of the other lines. The yellow line has all sorts of tricks and debuffs you can do, and the blue line is probably a bit more survivable, I think, because of some of the kind of, you know, buffs it can get to itself. So if you're having trouble, you know, just questing in red line, you know, you can try out another trait tree, so it's like.
The other thing I'd mention too is that burglars actually become much stronger. The first 20-25 levels are tough, but every few levels from now on you're going to get another skill that makes it easier and easier to survive.
I love raccoon dog.
Burglars just start out tough, but they get easier to play as you progress. Okay, that's down. Well, I have to admit, after getting wiped by that Echo of Death and that Drake, I'm not real optimistic about doing the encounters, but we'll see how we do.
How you doing today, raccoon?
Hi, raccoon dog. And Lord of the Solar System, I'm just running the rescue in Nash Nursgashu.
The rescue and Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when we did this, we almost totally successfully murdered Gulliver.
Yeah, that was pretty close.
We were like pulling out our fishing poles just so we wouldn't do down. I don't even remember. I don't know how we didn't kill him. He
He was
had
down to
probably
like 300 morale or something.
yeah, something like that.
Well, one down.
Ah, yes, and I forgot Young. I apologize. I'm a young whippersnapper. I don't have to remember this stuff.
We'll just keep getting behind my tank.
Yeah, this skirmish that he's doing now, when you get to Mirkwood at around 65 or so, there's a couple skirmishes that you unlock during the epic, and like once you keep on going, you'll finally unlock this one as well. And these particular skirmishes are all free. You just have to unlock them by doing the epic.
Well, it's nice the encounters were easier than just getting through the landscape. Who knew?
But this landscape that he's going through is can also be found in
The full Rift Raid?
Yeah, in the Rift Raid. Oh, Gussie, your rangers are on screen.
I'm trying to save these poor rangers so Gussie can defile them later.
Gussie Gallagher is crying again. I think I'm
So you can actually get to Kindred with the Eld Gang just by running the skirmish on a regular basis. And about every, I don't know, 20th run or so, I sometimes pull Starlit Crystals. Galandriel got several handful of Starlit Crystals just running this. It's kind of a fun little instance that you can run if you've only got, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes to play before your wife drags you out of the house to go somewhere. You can just pop into here, run it real quick, and make some cash and get some item XP, and every once in a great while actually pull a crystal. But that's what that 700 rep was that popped up. That was rep with the Eld gang. Again, just in case you're an insane OCD completionist and care about that. So here we are back in Rohan.
An MMO player is a completionist? No, no way.
I know it seems unlikely. Where is my first patrol point? Right around to random invisible points on the landscape.
Wow, look at this noob. He's not even using his trick stratagem on his worst dude.
What do you think? I'm probably gonna die.
Which warband?
The Drake.
Oh, it's fine. It's easy. It's a solo one, and it's yeah.
Unless you get knocked off your horse.
Don't do that.
No, okay. That wasn't bad, was it?
Yeah, no, there. It's not. It wasn't even a signature or anything. I didn't know if you were up against the Drake or the Auroch clan, whatever it is.
Okay, off to the third patrol point we go.
I mean, you could probably do the Auroch warband, you know, if it were out there. It's just like you don't want it to touch you at all.
And I missed the third patrol point, and I must have been off just slightly.
So
Probably
Tech
'cause
wants
that-
to know about the Hope and the Dread system.
Me too. There's just some creatures that give you dread, and if you pop a hope token, it will neutralize that. It's sort of like acid reflux and Rolaids, basically. I don't know. I don't know. I have a whole lot of insight about the hope and dread stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something like, you know, besides what you said. And I mean, like, I think it used to be that, like, if you died, you would get a certain amount of dread, but they removed that. Yeah, so look.
A little bit like the vitae penalty they had in AC, where you just be a little bit weak until you cleared it off.
Yeah. So yeah, something like, you know, particularly like, you know, probably when you're doing something like the epic and epic instances, some of the, you know, the bigger baddies that you run across, you might, you know, suddenly have like, you know, 5 dread on you. And I think there's, you know, certain ones where you kind of want a hope token on you, or else you might crouch and start running away or something like that.
Cowering in fear.
Yeah, I don't remember if that's a mechanic just to the boss or a general, you know, Hope Dread thing.
Sometimes it's location based too. Like in Angmar where they have the watching stone statues. I struggled with that, man, when I first got to Angmar. I must have dropped 20 bodies trying to figure out why I couldn't get past those stupid statues. And then I asked in World Chat and somebody was like, yeah, there's a quest you need to finish that's part of the epic storyline. Oh, okay. That was one of those instances where they just didn't really have good information in the game. If you weren't paying attention to the epic storyline, that was easily missed. Don't be like me, boys and girls. Pay attention to the epic storyline.
Okay, so Tech was asking because he's been working on Titan Bar and updating it a bit. He's a prior author, kind of stopped doing updates. So he was asking about the Hope Dread in terms of maybe being able to implement it into the plugin, I guess.
Okay.
So yeah, so I mean, like, you'll probably just have to, read up on the technical aspects of Hope Dread or ask someone who knows better than us, and hopefully they can give you a better direction on that bit. In general these days, like, even if you have like, a couple of dread on you, unless you're up against a really tough boss of some kind, it's not really that big of a deal. But basically, like, I'm sure you bounced over the thing, like, if you have some dread, you do a little bit less damage. I think you get a little bit more incoming damage. Yeah, I would say it's probably not that important to track it. You can usually tell if you have a lot of dread because your morale bar will suddenly have a whole bunch of red on it, and that's kind of a good warning sign, good enough of a warning sign, I would say.
And again, most of the wharf to Middle Earth comes down to vandalizing camping gear. We find ourselves once again burning tents. So if you make it so the orcs can't really relax and enjoy s'mores at their campsite, it will lower their morale and they'll be less willing to fight.
Not even s'mores Girl Scout cookies?
Not even those. Well, I was in Lothlorien with Big Ed Mustafa, the Guardian, last week, and I was very disappointed. I could not figure out which tree they were making the cookies in. Really like to find that.
Oh well.
I have found the orc orders and burned 5 tents and found a backpack. I think I'm supposed to be searching for evil at some point. I don't have enough room to do that. Who'd have thought? I'm out of pack space again. Where's the evil at?
He probably went to bed.
Probably. I don't like you. You should run away. I'm in trouble. Dang
You're
it.
probably dead.
I was trying to
gonna say-
flop and I really died going down. That sucks.
Yeah, I was about to say, I bet you're dead by now, but you do have the flop skill.
Yeah, I was trying to hit it. Let's revive for free.
Well, at least you did a more convincing flop.
Yeah, that was definitely a convincing flop. They even had me believe in it. Well, then I'm sitting here kicking myself. It's one of those, I need to play the character more often. But after I died, I'm like, you know, I've got piles of Supreme Warding lore and Supreme Battle lore scrolls that I can make as many of them as I would like. And I'm not using any buffs. And that's one of the problems with playing Minstrels. You get overconfident occasionally. It's like, buffs? Why would I need buffs? I'm invincible.
That's the problem with playing any character in any MMO. You gather all this crap, you know, like I will use this stuff, and you never use it. It just sits around in your pack. And that's how you end up, you know, you're level 100 and you have stacks of level 58 potions still in there. Well, congrats on double flopping there, because it looks like it
That
still
was
used
cool.
the cooldown.
All right. Once more with feeling.
Don't forget to find a random player and teach them that instrument. You still have to work on that deed.
Which one?
The one where you have to teach people how to play instruments. So,
Oh, I've had that deed done a long time ago.
okay. I would always
Good,
forget
he pulled
about
the
it.
captain over with me.
And the
Wow.
flop is almost pull down.
Yeah, I'm dead again. Perfect. That just got ugly. We'll retreat, since I don't really have a choice. And then ironically, now I have to wait for the cooldown on those battle and warding lore scrolls too. So I might have bit off more than I can chew there. We'll go back.
I'll admit, Druids, I kind of did like that episode.
Buffy musical episode. I don't know I
like
ever
that.
saw the Buffy musical episode.
I think it was near the end of it. I don't remember though. I remember that episode, and I remember the one that was like Hush or something like that, where there was the dudes that took their voices.
Will you
And
aid
now
the
I better
cause?
stop talking about it.
What business have you
You
with
can
the
talk about
revolution?
whatever you want to talk about. We could talk about how I suck and I've died 3 times in the last 30 minutes.
That'll get people watching the replay on YouTube.
Exactly.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
I'm here to serve as a counterexample to help other players feel better. It's like, I might have blown that, but at least I don't stink as much as Big Ed Mustafa. I'm here for your self-esteem.
Yeah, that's what they were, the gentlemen. Yeah. For some reason, I like that episode as well. Because it was completely silent.
Just a lot of knowing glances.
Oh, you know it. Well, you know, there was a lot at stake.
Orc Slayer of the Eastamnet Advanced is good for a point of honesty. Title awarded. Deed bestowed, Slayer of the Eastamnet. Looks like I'm almost done with that. Yes, I'm joking. More legendaries to reforge.
You just want a power level to 84 so you can start hit bolt.
Greetings,
Yeah,
friend of
I
the
am not
ring.
doing enough hit bolt stuff. I really like to get there on Lenorian as well.
Yeah, you're around that level on the Berg, aren't you?
Oh, I've been working hit bolt on Little Ed, yeah. That's what I was doing on last night, was running dailies.
I'm pretty sure I was even still using some of the equipment until at least 105. I'm probably still learning it because I am terrible at gearing up at that point.
That's a good way to open up some pack space. We'll throw some junk out.
What, by getting rid of the single wing in your bag?
The single what?
You actually have two of them. They're just like wings.
Oh, yeah. Those would be good to get rid of. And I said I had some stuff I could sell, too. Plus I've got stuff to vendor.
Yeah, I would say like any task item that isn't actually a task item, or like ones that you only have 3 or less of. You can probably
Yeah.
probably get rid of them.
Those are good to clear out. And
You
plus,
have you have enough chatter clubs there that
these
that'll-
torn
that
scholar journals, I have a bad habit of picking those up. And those are actually just for rep with the elves of Rivendell. So they're useless once you get kindred.
oh.
So I can toss those as well. There, just like that, I got 3 pack spaces open and more to come.
So is her vault full with junk or stuff like that she can't put the 3 rows of scholar materials in her vault?
There's a lot of scholar material. Right now, the problem is getting to a vault.
That's true, yeah.
So it will be a long
the
ride
hero
back
be of
here if I
service to
decide
you.
to portal out. Torn Scholar journals can go.
You don't have a... You're not milestone to this spot.
No. I was checking my milestone locations. Dunland, Faldham, and I'm not sure where Faldham is in relation to where I'm at.
Yeah, and now he's got 4 whole spaces, Druid. He's really rolling for it. He's wild.
I'm working on it. There's 5.
We were cheering you on, man.
Okay.
It's not a life preserver, man.
6 spots open. Fairy essences can go 7 spots, 8 spots. We'll ditch that strange wing, 9 spots.
I've got Guinness records on the phone. You know, they're waiting for to hear the confirmation. There's pack spaces open.
Exactly. Those shattered clubs you wanted me to sell, those are literally worth 1,000 experience points apiece at task turn-in.
Oh, I said to keep those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I was saying you can get rid of some of the ones that's like you have 1 or 2 of like the wings or something like that. Because I knew you had like a stack and a half of the clubs as task items. Worry
I
not.
figured out silky fur is not good for anything. I think it would be. You'd think that silky fur would be valuable.
I just wish they they remove the text on the ones that aren't actually task items, and unless they plan on making every item a task item in the future.
Yeah, if they could just label them as vendor trash, or maybe put green background instead of purple, that would be helpful.
Yeah. And then if I mean I don't know. I was gonna say add something to the vendors where there's a button that's like sell junk. I know a lot of games gonna have that kind of thing, or and it sells the items that are literally used for nothing.
On the other hand, I'm grateful that you don't have to try to make food out of bat wings in LOTRO.
It'd be a bit crunchy.
Okay, let's count it off. I've eaten on camera. I've struggled with inventory management. I have fished, so let's get some crafting in. Haven't sunged any trees, but that's okay. That was special.
I mean that last one, because you got the 100 fishing or whatever it was as well. That was a special occurrence.
Pretty epic, actually. Yeah. We're going to do some composting. We like to be environmentally conscious. We want to preserve the natural beauty of Rohan for generations to come. Especially if we lose the war, we want the orcs to be able to enjoy the land they conquer.
Like that stream was likely the highlight of your entire life in real life.
Twitch career.
Everything.
Yeah, I should probably just quit while I'm ahead. Nothing I do will ever be as glorious as last week's episode of Adventures After Dark. Available to view now on YouTube. Just go to the LOTRO channel, and you can find all of your favorite LOTRO stream team member streams on there, plus mine. Well, I've got more.
This is like next anniversary. This is Mustafa is going to try really hard to surpass the excitement that occurred in that last stream.
It's coming up. It'll be 14 happy years in May.
Nice, congrats.
Should probably take her measurements while she's asleep and go ahead and order that Japanese schoolgirl uniforms for her now. Be a nice surprise. Happy anniversary, sweetie. Put this on. Shh, no talking.
And welcome to After Dark, everybody.
I happily say aloud things that most people are afraid to even think. Plus, eating on camera, fishing, and crafting.
I apologize to all the teenagers watching this on YouTube at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Boom. See, more efficient pack space usage through crafting. So it's important to become an expert at crafting so you know when to craft to conserve pack space.
Unless you're a woodworker.
Unless you're a woodworker, then there's just no point in any of it. Good point.
No hope.
Greetings, friend of the Rohirrim.
Unless your woodworker is also a warden, then possibly you're fine.
That would be handy. Yeah, for a hunter, not so useful. And
Yeah,
the whole
especially-
legendary weapon system kind of puts a bite on weaponsmithing and woodworking.
Especially if you're a warden that goes to the old spear and javelin.
Actually, that was one of the reasons why Chromite took pity on me when I was trying to get Nemini retooled, because I hated the legendary weapon system so much, grinding on Galadriel when I was leveling her up, that when I got Nemini to that point, I'm like, you know what, I'm not even going to bother with legendaries. And I was just using player crafted weapons at level 100. And he was like, yeah, alright, first of all, forget what you're doing and get legendary weapons immediately. So on Nemini, I did play to where I was using the wood crafting on a regular basis, but if you decide that legendaries are the way to go, then that really kind of dampens the upper woodworking tiers. And there aren't enough wooden items that are consumable that they're that useful. I thought there was something else besides the Warden figurines. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's something else that I hardly ever bother to mess with. In fact, playing LOTRO for the last 5 years solid, playing every character class, having characters at level cap, being a dedicated crafter, I've never carved a Warden figurine. Nor have I think I might have done a piece of sheet music once or twice. Which is a good question. I think the sheet music stuff is scholarly. And is that a one-time use consumable?
I don't remember. I don't think I've ever made sheet music. I mean, I don't know how long it lasts, but I never make things that are like the, 10-second, items or 30-second items.
Yeah, I mean, the sheet music always kind of puzzled me, because it's like, this piece of sheet music will keep your next thing from being interrupted. And it's like, well, if it gets interrupted, I can just click it again, and that would be just as faster as trying to use sheet music to make sure it doesn't get interrupted. So what's the point?
And yeah, minstrel instruments, woodworker.
Minstrel instruments, true.
So there's the silver lining in woodworking, and the instruments. Because I mean, at least early on they're not as great, but once you get to like, I guess like level 70 or so, they
Mhm.
they really kick up in high gear. Wait, what server is this Krikala that you're on right now?
No, I'm playing on Arkenstone.
Okay, Arkenstone, that's right. Hey,
Yeah.
because you had guys on Krikala, but you moved them all over to Arkenstone. Is
No, that
right?
was Silverload. Most of my Silverload characters are on Crick Hollow now as well, except for I moved my Runekeeper over to Arkenstone.
What business have you with the Rotary?
Thank you for your help.
Rohirrim have need of your services.
Need to go to Lord Ingmar's house.
So yeah, if you don't have like a level 70 blah 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 instrument on your minstrel right now, I mean, I can make you one, or you can make yourself one. I assume you have someone on there that can do it.
No, she's got an exquisite premium Theabro of the Battle Singer.
Okay, I'm good. I think that's 70.
So she's ready for a level 80th, but no, on Arkenstone I've got, this is my original line of characters, and the whole crafting circle is all Lenorian Master. So Nemini should have the best, or Lenorian should have the best of everything. That's not his house. That's not his house. I thought his house was right around here. Is it down below? We'll try down below.
Yeah, because it's that like a 30% ballad damage you get from the instruments. So it's pretty sweet.
An honorable victory.
Run down the hill. Run up the hill. Nothing else, at least Lenorian is getting her steps in today. I'm excited about that. Leave the mead hall. Enter the mead hall.
More like Legnorian.
You did very well.
Because it's like that.
I need your help.
The attack on Mozdogs.
Against my wishes, my son Ingmar has taken to the field against the orcs of Maustask. He thinks of the glory victory would bring him, but not the grief it would bring to those who love him should he perish.
Will you aid the Horse Lords?
Alright, the orcs are all dead and we're all still alive, so I would call that progress. You have broken through the mounted defenses. And now we're getting off our horses.
What brings you to these lands?
Okay, everybody's dead. We'll keep moving. It's a good thing.
What business have you with the Rotary?
Well, that went much more smoothly than the first time I went through there. That's exciting. I have attained glory. I feel glorious.
You did very well.
Thanks. Oh, and by the way, your own mother's a traitor. And you have to put her in prison. You are welcome. Oh, I'm still wearing level 65 armor. At least on my hands. I guess it's time for Lenorian to get a complete makeover. I need to craft her new everything.
I need your help.
Talk to Goda in the mead hall.
Usually when I'm in like East Rohan, I just pick up the stuff from the barter dudes.
You did very well.
I did very well, apparently.
I need your help.
Regrets and consolation.
And that's right, because at level 80, you're right, because at like level 80 and 90, the armor and dual stuff is actually pretty decent, I think.
Yep. Let's see what I'm actually wearing. So I think I'd moved over to mostly Rohan gear. Level 86 hat. Level 84, the hell are those? Cloak. Hidden Lover's robe. Yeah, I'm mostly wearing on-level Rohan stuff. Gloves were just the last thing to replace. Ooh, and I got a Warden's hammer, or Guardian's hammer. Hey Ingmar, your grandma tried to have you killed. How are you feeling about
Our
that?
mission is dire.
Hey Tola, your mother-in-law's as awful as
Another
you
lesson
suspected. Tolba's gonna be saying, "See, I told you so," for a very long time. I think we're gonna do it, Zinger. I think I'm actually gonna get a level up on Lenorian tonight, which will make me feel better. I was trying to level up Galandriel, and I just didn't seem to be able to get it done.
I need you
Really
to do
hoping to hit
this.
106 tonight. Talk to Thane at the Thorn Hope. That's the town that got burnt, correct?
Yeah.
They're all hiding under a tree, sitting around depressed.
Yeah, and even if like you just go through and like pick up the NPCs, like that alone is like
The Rohirrim
6
have
quests
need
that can
of
be
your
turned in,
services.
not including the ones that, the actual quests in there. And then you get to go right back in again for another sweep of it.
We have arrived at Eoweth, capital of the Entwash Ray, bringing word of a vast Easterling horde invading from the north. But I fear that word has come too late, for orcs are encamped upon Eoweth's threshold. I only hope that we can convince Reeve Ingbert of the greater threat facing the whole of Rohan.
And welcome everybody. It looks like it's showing over 40 viewers.
What business have you with the Rohirrim? Our mission is dire. Will you aid the Horse Lords? Rohirrim will need your aid.
Boom. What did that get me? Friend of the Entwash Vale.
What brings you to these lands?
Our message comes to the Entwash Vale at an inopportune time, for orcs have already besieged the city of Eowyn. The Riders' Fall must now join with Reeve Ingbert and his allies to break the siege.
What brings you to these lands?
At least you get to take a whole bunch of short naps during this instance.
Thank you for that lovely chat, Burnoff.
Our mission is dire.
Talk to Ulf. Southern end of the village. It's the northern end of the village.
That instance where they sneak out of Cliven still amuses me. Like, yeah, we're just gonna walk right next to this dock. You sure they won't
You did
notice
very
us?
well.
And, we're just gonna walk past this wall that's shorter than us. That guard over there, no, he doesn't see us. And, we're just gonna throw a rock this way. That guard, he's an idiot. He's in love with that rock. He won't notice us.
One thing I am excited about, I haven't had to do dressage yet. I know it's coming, but
Ah, yes. I did actually do it on the Berg. It wasn't too bad, actually. I mean, I don't remember if I looked up on the wiki for like
You did very well.
4 different emotes that get used, or if I just got lucky.
Near the gate.
The one that was kind of a pain for me was the one in Hardwick where you have to match the model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's like on a timer, and if you don't get in time, it switches up.
That was frustrating for me. They might have taken the timer thing off, but I
Maybe they did, I don't remember.
couldn't find one of the cases of gloves.
At least they made it so you know, if you find a matching glove and you come back to it, like, you're done with that bit of the quest. Like, you don't have to like get the full matching uniform and then come back to it all at one time. Can't remember if it still had a timer or not though.
Thank you for your help.
Defend Aorth and spring the trap. Okay, how do I do that? I want to spring the trap.
Sometimes
Where
that
the books were coming.
that instance, I think it was like the one we had to do like rain of arrows or something like that. Sometimes that was kind of annoying. The one where you had to like hire the archers to kill guys, and then you kill guys on your own, but if any of the NPCs touch them, then they tag them and like they take them from you.
Yep, that happens. Actually skipped a fishing quest last night. I got the bloodfish in Snowborn. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother with that. That one sucks.
Yeah, sometimes it's weird because you don't like. It's like it doesn't like pick you up just jump in the right spot even though you're in the right spot.
Well, if I remember with the bloodfish one in particular, it's like step 1, run a really long way out into the middle of nowhere. Step 2, find a goat and kill it, and it's just like, this is a lot of work.
And then you have to switch from like the bow to the weapon and stuff like that. You know, or the
There's one near Cliving for the Norcrofts where you're supposed to throw spears at targets.
Yeah.
And the first time I ran that, it worked and I liked it, and then it seemed like it was bugged every time after that. I was like, why isn't this working? I liked this the first time I did it.
I think it's also because you have to go to all the different spots, but the thing shows up every time you pass by the same one that you did already, so
Yeah.
you might think you haven't done it.
Oh, and walking these tight ropes here in Eosworth, that just sucks. I forgot how much
Yep.
I didn't like that.
Yeah. Now climbing the tower, I mean, I personally had no problem with that one. It was the tightrope one that I did.
Actually, climbing the signal tower, I didn't mind doing that once in a while. I probably wouldn't want to do it every day, but I kind of enjoyed the challenge of that. Just seems like getting knocked off of these tight ropes up there was more of a just sort of a random stupidity thing.
Yeah. Our characters don't always have the best peripheral. You can't just kind of rotate the camera because you also kind of have to stay on the rope.
I did skip a fishing quest, Druid's Fire. I'm ashamed. But it's true.
But most of the instance-based ones where you have two quests inside, most of them are pretty enjoyable.
Retreat to the next defensive position.
So do you have a favorite of the Riders 4?
Do I have what?
Do you have a favorite of these 4 riders?
I don't. I think they're all dreamy.
Especially that Wolf. These guys are like my version of Gus's Rangers.
They're the bad boys of Rohan. Defiant, rebellious, and out for orc blood. They were wearing leather motorcycle jackets. I don't think I could stand it. I'd be weak in the knees.
But they're the James Dean of Rohan. The Grease Lightning.
These guys are like the Menudo of Rohan.
Thank you for your help.
I would not want to be a street cleaner in this town.
What brings you to these
That's a lot of
lands?
dead work to clean up. We got a hunting knife. We got a steel blade. And we got an axe. So I may as well just look at the silver value because I'm going to sell whatever I take. How do I not have any pack space again? really need to turn auto loot off. And there's 81st level.
Congrats. One level closer to restoring hit ball.
Forget Hypebolt. I'm excited to just be able to go back to the Cisterns of Minas Tirith. It's really my ultimate goal.
Dressage every day.
Mm-hmm.
Time is short, so is hope.
Be funnier if he said time is short, and so are hobbits. They should make that a thing.
What, racial insults?
Yeah, why not? I have no idea what that horn is for. If I can racially insult my own wife, why can't men of the Rohan insult the hobbits? It's hilarious.
Just tell them that you bow to nobody. I'm sorry, I bow to no one. That scene still gets me every time. Gotta admit that.
Which scene?
Like after spoiler alert, you know who it in Return of the King. Is that one that you despise? I don't remember.
I don't despise it. I'm just amused at the 18 endings at the end of the film.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's like in that, in that last scene where he's crowned, and then, they're all walking up, and they all walk up to the hobbits, and they start to bow, and then,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, you bow to no one.
Yeah, that was sort of silly.
You don't start rallying up like me.
Okay.
You don't start rallying up like Mrs. Mustafa on the series finale of Murder, She Wrote.
Maybe a little. Start tearing up and be like, those little people, they're so brave.
I know.
Ally to the Norcrofts. Friend of the Wash. All right. Okay, my food has been sitting here getting cold for right at 4 hours now. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I want to thank everybody who came out to watch. I had a super fun stream. Especially want to thank Zinger and, of course, Gamer Gramp, who were kind enough to pop into Discord and chat me up while we were playing. So, the Fudgenator is back on streaming tonight. And because, the Fudginator likes to have fun and be casual and relaxed and say some things you shouldn't say on LOTRO stream, I can't host her. But I would encourage you all to pop in and say hi and throw her a follow if you haven't. I love watching the Fudginator be the Fudginator. Rcast is also playing. Rcast I will go ahead and host. And let's go ahead and do a raid on Rcast. And you're welcome to throw him a follow. He's a good new streamer. Super nice guy. And glad to have him part of the community as well. But personally excited to see the Fudginator back. I always enjoy chatting with her too. So let's go ahead and throw Rcast a host. And feel free to pop over and say hi to whichever one you'd like. Or both. So let's throw a thanks for coming by and hanging out in stream. Everybody. And we're going to go over and raid Rcast, and if you haven't thrown Rcast a follow yet, I'd heartily encourage you to do that. And if you don't mind a little bit of salty language, I'd encourage you to go hang out in Fudginator's channel and throw her a follow as well. She hasn't been on much the last 45 days or so, and if she really gets to come back and stream more regularly, that's a happy thing. She tends to stream later at night when there aren't a lot of us on. And of course, the goal is 24/7 LOTRO coverage here on Twitch, and she helps fill in a big part of late night weekdays. So good to have her back. And if she says some politically incorrect things that are beyond PG-13, well, that's okay too. Anybody who'd be offended by that stuff is probably asleep now anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and host Rcast, and let's raid him with a Mustafa raid or a Coke Zero raid or whatever you guys think's appropriate. But again, thanks for coming by. Thank you, Zinger. Thank you, Gamer Gramp. And hopefully I will see you guys all again very soon.
Take care, everybody.